Hi everybody, I think it's live. One day I'll learn. So hi everybody, how are y'all doing? Guess I'll start there. So today I'm going to be making a pet portrait. It's gonna be kind of like jokey and memey, so it's man, I had a better intro on mine, I forgot. This is hard. Like, for some reason when it comes to art, I just suck. So, we're gonna move on from me just being terrible. Can you guys see this? I hope so. I'm waiting to see on YouTube's end if you guys can see this or not. If you can't, then I'll just talk about it. No, you can't. Dang it. So what I have open is starting a new like art piece. So I'm doing it with a width of 3000 and a height of 3500 and a resolution of 1000. I like doing very high resolutions because the image turns out better. Like if you're going to have it become like a canvas print or anything, it's way better to up your resolution. You can have a low, as far as I'm aware, you can have like a low pixel ratio, but like a high resolution, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm using the correct terms. I'm an artist, I'm not an art expert. There's a big difference. So I'm gonna name this real quick. And hi Hansa. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm really bad with pronouncing names. So today, I'm drawing a cat that I wish I would ask my friend how to pronounce her name. Because she is Croatian, so it is different. I think it's Tepih. Very cute cat. So, I have it all set up, I'm gonna open it. So this is what opens. This is going to, just for an idea for what the stream is going to be, and the video after the fact, it's my process of going from creating the canvas all the way to, like finishing the art piece entirely. I'm hoping to finish the art piece today. I cannot guarantee. I tried to do something that was like really simple and easy. I'm actually gonna move this over a little bit. Now, I do have a reference thing over here, but I'm not gonna use it for what I'm doing. I need to go and get my references here. So I like to put my references right on here. So here's what we're doing. I'm taking this image, this meme. That's what I'm doing for the my friend's cat, because she shared an image that was just like a perfect angle for this. So I was like, I gotta. She doesn't know I'm streaming it. I didn't tell her. But she shared this image, and I was like, I have to do it at this point. So I was gonna make it a lot more dramatic than it is right here. So we'll see. I cannot see my chat right now. That's a problem. It's my favorite animal to draw. Surprisingly, cats. I don't, on my Instagram, I don't draw them very much. So people tend to think like I love drawing foxes, wolves, hyenas. No, what I love drawing is cats because they're so expressive. So like you can do a semi-realistic drawing of a cat that's very expressive and it still works. Whereas if you do it with like a dog or a hyena, to an extent, hyenas are pretty expressive too, but just nothing like cats. Cats are insane, but I've been drawing cats since like kindergarten. You'd think that's what I would draw the most of, but for some reason I changed to drawing more like canines. And I lost my touch with cats a little bit. Why is it only playing Super Smash Bros. Music? I hope that's not too loud. Yeah, it's only playing- hold up. I want something else. Oh, most of what I have in here is that. I guess that makes sense. Okay. So, here, let me get all my references, and then I'll have... I'm also gonna save this one. Now, this is gonna look chaotic. Bear with me here. This is why most people just do, like, an actual, like, reference sheet on, like, Paint or something, where you can just compile all your images and then upload it to this thing right over here. I hope my mouse translates very well. On the right side of my canvas, anyway. It's different for everybody. I just do default Clip Studio. I'm lame. I'm old. I draw on GIMP. So, to go from GIMP to this was like a big freaking step. I drew on another program, but it was like a Steam program. I don't know if people know it. Let's see, I want this. So I wanted to show my whole process, like, you know, getting references is kind of crazy. She has beautiful pictures of her cat, by the way. Oh my god. I'm glad I get to show them off. They're so good. I don't know what kind of camera she has, but I want one. I'm hoping these are all like decent angles. Oh boy. I think that's the hardest part about doing like pet portraits and stuff, is getting angles that you need. That is actually here, okay. The lighting changes their colors a lot. I love this cat, man. Look how expressive she is. I say that she's doing like almost the same face, but that might be all I need. I guess if I need more, I'll get more. Okay, I think that's it. I'm sorry if I don't talk a lot during the stream. This is gonna be like a lot more laid back. No, this is not my cat. This is my friend on Facebook. I don't know, like, what her actual name is, so I'll just do her Facebook name. Cause I don't know if she's, like, changed her name in a sense, if that makes sense. So, she goes by Adjuin, but this is her cat, Tepih. The cat in the thumbnail is actually my cat. And this is actually the first pet portrait I'm doing where I don't own the pet. But, also welcome, Jason. It's fine if you nap. Like I said, this will be like a more relaxing stream. So another thing I like to do, as long as all my layers are not, like, too overlapping, is I like to merge it all into one layer. So I'm gonna do a shortcut for that. Gonna merge... where is this? Merge visible layers. There we go, all done. This is gonna be my sketch layer. I recommend labeling your layers if you're doing digital art, because if you get crazy, like, it gets hard to find anything. I used to be someone who just had, like, layer 1 through, you know, 24, but oh my gosh. Are you really looping on my stream? All because I clicked one, dude. Okay. We're gonna do this a little bit different way. Oh, I need this one open, actually. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to listen to... That's a good question. I'll just do Super Mario 64 soundtrack. Okay. I just... I like listening to gaming music. And usually... This might be... Oh no, it's not loud. I hope that sounds good. I wish I had a way I could actually, like, test the frickin' audio. So here's what needs to happen. I'm gonna move the chat right here. It's actually loud on my end. Okay, it looks okay, looking at the waves. Okay, anyway, we're gonna move on. So I can hurry up and do this. So I'm not taking, like, too long. I don't want the stream to be, like, 17 hours. But it might. One day I'll do that. Okay. So I want to do this one. This kind of pose. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Make sure you don't do that. On that one, I'm going to draw this, and then as the cat. I just want to make sure I'm very clear. I know that sounds dumb, but it helps me too. So we're going to do, and I'm gonna do my best to make it look like the cat too. That's the hardest part about doing pet portraits as well. Like, not only getting the markings to line up, but getting it to actually look like the cat and not like your reference. Yes, I do weird sketch lines. I'm gonna do another sketch layer. This is going to be like my main sketch, like when I start doing the ears and stuff. Not doing it right now though. This is just for the main body. Do I have Twitch? I do have a Twitch account, but I don't feel confident in, like, streaming on there because I don't understand how Twitch works. I don't watch enough streamers on there. I used to. and then I stopped. But I may one day stream on there. She's not a very... I keep hitting my mic because it's in the worst spot. There we go. I shouldn't hit it anymore. It's up high enough. So let's see. You know, I do have to ask, like, would people prefer if I streamed on Twitch? I know most people do stream on Twitch. That's what it's for. Just like I said, I don't know how it works. Like, I don't understand how emotes work. I don't understand anything. I'm complete, like, noob when it comes to all that. So let's see. Who knows about to be, like, around here. I used to be one of those people that sketches, like, the whole thing. Now, not so much. I'm trying to be better about that. So I don't, like, basically have the image done and then now I have to line art the whole thing. It takes a lot more time. It may still happen though. I'm not, like, quite good at it just yet. So the eyes are gonna be... This looks demented. I love the sketch process. It's always so crazy. Is it just me or does her ears look kind of, like, big? Not even just on my sketch, but, like, in the reference images, they look kind of big. I'll do that. Might make the sketch a little harder to see, but I need to... Okay. No, that's too angled. And if at any point you have any questions, you can feel free to leave them down in the comments if you're watching this, like, not live. If you're watching this live, obviously you can ask me just right on stream. And, I can do my best to answer what, you know, any question that you have. Like, why I do something a certain way, like, you know, anything like that. That's gonna be her cheek for... It's just like streaming on YouTube, but better. I used to stream on Twitch. Okay. To be fair, I'm not very experienced streaming on YouTube since I only started... It's been a while. Started this year, but I took a long break. So... Yeah, I'll have to do that. I'll have to actually learn what my Twitch login is. I literally use it... Oh, sorry, I got a message. I only used it to watch, like, a friend live stream. That was it. And then I think I used it again because... I think he streamed again, so I was like, oh, I gotta watch. Oh, and I was a part of it, that's why. I guess for this stream too, I'll take requests on music, as long as it's not copywritten. So like if it's game music, I can put it on. Final Fantasy's a little weird about that, but like the rest of them are pretty good. And if they copyright me, I really don't care. I don't make money off of this. I'll probably care when I get further along, but that's for future me to deal with. I don't know if my other video actually got copywritten. I'm gonna see. I said I would, and then I never did. No, that's not what I want. Let's go to YouTube Studio. I gotta say, right here on this stream, absolutely insane. I have 107 subscribers. I know that's not a lot, and a lot of people are like, oh, that's like, you know, not that. To me, that's a lot. Like, imagine 100 people in a room. That's too much. I'd leave. I would honestly leave. Like, I'm out of here. Nope, didn't get copywritten. I'm really shocked. I really thought it would. Okay. Just because of the DK rap. Anyway. There we go. Yeah, so maybe for like next week I'll try out Twitch. So we can draw like that because if someone drawing you'd be terrified. My grandma's the same way. If it makes you feel better, like she can stitch anything. You want her to make the coolest quilt, she can do it. You want her to make you a dress from scratch, she can do it. You want her to tell you your sizes just looking at you, she can do it. When it comes to drawing, she can't figure it out. She probably roast me for even saying that on a stream, but you know, she jokes about it all the time. She's like, I wish I could draw like you guys. Cause like my mom can draw hyper realistic. My uncle can paint realistic portraits. And then there's my grandma who can't do any of it. And then there's me who does like cartoony. Why is my stream on my end so far behind? What on earth? Oh, that's how you do emotes on YouTube? I discovered it on accident. I'm telling you. I'm only 24, but I swear to God I act like I'm 48. I can't figure out anything. Like this newfangled tech. You know how long it took me to figure out Clip Studio? Oh my gosh. Okay. So that is my rough sketch real quick. And then I want to like clean it up. Do I want, you know, let's think for a minute before I really get into this. Do I want it at this angle or do I want a different angle? The shading's gonna make it. Like, it looks terrible right now, but the shading's gonna make it a lot better. I said I wanted it a little more dramatic. Sorry if that was really loud. I tried to be very gentle with the mic. It doesn't, like, clip accurately onto my table, so... When I try to lift it up, it, like, fully moves the whole thing. It's kind of scary. So I need this lasso to... Oh, I didn't mean to get, like, really into the mic. There. I think that's more dramatic. More like what I was thinking of in the back of my head. My eyes are gonna look crazy, but... This music does not fit what's happening. Okay. Okay, it looks... I'm so picky and I need to just move. Let's just move on. How do I get rid of this? Not get rid of chat, there we go. Whatever. Oh, no, okay, it did fix this. I swear. Part to this soundtrack? What the? It's definitely not in order. She's got like really a normal cat head, but I'm so used to drawing dogs. I want this like even more, so I'm not like too focused on it. So I like to focus on the eyes, because they're usually like the main focal point that people tend to be drawn to. Like as a human, usually you are drawn to the eyes. I don't know if that's like an artistic thing to say, like I don't know. I just know like I tend to gravitate towards it personally. That's a great nose angle. This like top one here. I'll probably be singing my friend's praises like the whole freaking stream. I'll be annoying. I'm just so envious because like I take pictures pretty well. She makes me look terrible. Is your PC better now? Not quite. I'm still on my laptop, which is why I'm doing it this way as a stream instead of making a video. I would rather make a video, if I had to be honest with you. Just because there's like a lot of downtime, like I said, where I will not be talking as much. Probably once I get, well, I could be wrong. Could surprise myself. But probably once I get to line art, I probably won't talk as much. Okay, then I got like the little line thingy. That was pretty alright. Not me being perfectionist. Like I said, I wouldn't be. Typical human nature. I don't want to listen to this. But I'm hoping by Christmas... Good enough. I'm hoping by Christmas, to answer your question a little more accurately, to have a better computer. My laptop's just old, so it just needs to be replaced. I'm not getting another laptop. I'd rather have a desktop. I already have a case and like a couple parts, but we're probably just gonna start over because the parts are kind of outdated already. Yeah, Jason makes a very fair point. It's because of the insane amount of pain line art puts into mental stability. It just takes a lot more, like, focus, whereas, like, sketching, it's like, you know, if it looks ugly, who cares? I mean, my line art's pretty clean compared to a lot of people's. I like it to be translatable for even, like, non-artists. To kind of understand what's happening. I've learned to do that because there's times where I will send someone a picture and they'll be like, I can't even tell what's happening, to, like, give feedback. Is that good? I think so. So... oh, that looks good. I'm like, her nose looks a little big, but then I thought about it, I'm like, well, her nose is closer to the screen. I'm not good with, like, forced perspective stuff. That's something I'm actually learning. So... cats always have, like, that slightly happy. He's slightly happy. Right there. It's kind of hard to make a cat look, like, angry. In a, like, you know, for... excuse me, for everybody to understand. Oh, it's doing its recovery save. There we go. Because this is such a big piece, like, my computer hates it. This isn't even, and I'm not liking it. Guess I'll actually follow my sketch. Oh, that's probably a good idea. See, that looks fine. Got a free transform, so that way I can actually, like, manipulate the layer. Okay. I'll leave that, and I gotta adjust the side. Because it kind of looks like we're looking at the nose front on, and I do not like that. It's the Pharaoh's curse all of a sudden. Sorry, I'm chronically online. Send help. So I didn't even talk about why I'm doing this. I'm doing these kinds of art pieces. Normally I just do like character art and stuff like that. But I'm doing this because I want to open commission type of pet portraits. I find them really fun. Despite not being something I normally draw, they're really, really fun. Okay. I don't have to fill that in. That is my guidelines for, like, little freckles. And then she's got some more, like, in here, but obviously I could fill those in. I'm not gonna waste my time on the sketch like that. Now, what I am gonna waste my time on the sketch is fixing the snout. Because, like, that looks good. It does. But I can make it look even better. She's got, like, those cheek pouches. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, like... I don't know if anyone watching this has watched Surf's Up, but it reminds me of the... where Zeke is, like, with the grain, and he's, like... he gets, like, way too into it. I feel like that right now. It doesn't help with, game music in the background. Okay. This looks terrible. I did all this work and it looks bad. I mean, it doesn't look like terrible, but it doesn't look good. Let's put it that way. Be a little more positive. Instead of just going, it's garbage, and clearing the canvas. Every artist's pain. I know, like, non-artists tend to not understand that, because it's like, it looks fine, but it's like... when you have that artist mind, you notice little things that a lot of people don't notice. Why am I obsessing? Stop. Every time I obsess about sketching, I have to donate to charity. That sounds like a good video. If I had money, I'd absolutely do that. I am poor as heck. Otherwise I would do, like, even if it was $1, I could not afford that at this rate. To be fair, I don't need this line. Okay. I'm done. Done messing with her nose. She looks a little bit more like a cat. That's all that matters. Now I'm trying to figure out how to do it goes bankrupt. I would already. Like, oh, $5, that's about all I have. I'm kidding. I have a little bit more than that, not much. So I've been procrastinating on doing the forehead because I hate drawing cat foreheads. I don't know what it is. Welcome to the Iron Fist tournament. See, it's already happening. I'm trying to think, like, what do I talk about? And now I'm like, really. So I used to animate, alright? Like, way back in the day. Back when, like, Flipnote was a thing. And even, like, when, Pseudo Mimo came out afterwards, using the same software. I know why this looks bad, because it's bad. See? That's too low. I gotta stop hitting this mic. It's chronic. So this needs to actually come up. I'm drawing a little too intense, I have to slow down. I was shaking my whole desk. Just flatten it out a little bit. There we go. But yeah, that's what I was talking about, I forgot. I used to animate on Pseudo Mimo and all that, so a lot of times when I'm looking at stuff, I'm trying to think of it in like a 3D space, which is why I got so into live 2D models like the one you see here. Even though this one's trash, but it's a pretty good first attempt. So I cannot wait to do another one. Let's see, so you got like this. This is where the cat's chin will be. Okay, got it. And another thing is I learned to draw through the help of a friend, but also using 3D space, which I think is why I drew cats so much, because I grew up with cats my entire life. I can't tell if this looks good. We'll find out when I do line art and everything. Can't forget the kitty lip. Always a little visible from the underside. As you can see here, hers is visible. Anyway. I hope my friend- I don't see why my friend wouldn't like this piece. She loves memes, and she loves her cat, so why wouldn't she? So the ear actually needs to start here. Would I do a Mortal Kombat stream? Yeah, I would, honestly. I played Tekken, and I talked about Mortal Kombat being one of my brother's favorite games. Now, do I know how to play it? Absolutely not. But I still have fun. So it would not be like a really good one, but I can add it to a request stream. I have no problems with that. I can read. Pseudo Mimo was great. Very first animation I ever posted. I got told it was trash. Yeah, me too. And then later my stuff kept getting reported as stolen because I'd use audios from other people. Yeah, Pseudo had like a bad moment. I don't know what happened. And they were ruthless. They were ruthless even in olden days of actual Flipnote. Oh my god. But, I mean, that's kind of what happens when you just let 13-year-olds be 13-year-olds. And I say 13, but I was 10. Flipnote, I was young. See, that looks good. I hesitated because I'm like, does it? Curse this animation brain. Animation's fun until you actually do it, and then it becomes unfun. So... now, here's the part I gotta figure out. She's got like a really... you see that? She's got like a very round face. I'm not used to cats with round faces. My cat's always had like the little bit more slender face. Looks fine, you're tripping. I mean, you understand how it is. You're an artist. Like I said, it's gonna look much better with shading and like cleanup. Okay, so we're gonna do like a general. Okay, so this cat's kind of slender, so I'm gonna slender up the sketch a little bit. My God. You know, I can't even see my model, so if she does something weird, I apologize. Alright, calibrating. It's like you only see the shit you're doing wrong. Yeah. You really do. It's terrible because, like, you think, oh, I can draw well, so I'm just, you know, I'll start thinking that it's good, and then you don't. You never hit a point where you're like, this is actually good. Like, I'm sure Van Gogh hated his stuff. You know, so, I mean, any artist can hate their art. The pencil, please. Thank you. I don't know why it was so hard for me to read for some reason. So I play Mortal Kombat Ultimate. Shows you the combos and fatalities. Okay. So they made it easier for noobs. Because I need that. See, I brought the whole circuit. I didn't even notice this was playing for a minute. Let's see, I'm gonna draw her arm. Where would it be? In space. It'd be like here. Is this what madness feels like? 'Cause I think it is. I hate it. I'm just gonna move it. Give me that. I need shortcuts on my pen and on my tablet. The only shortcut I use is to undo. I don't know why. I think 'cause I forget, like, what button is what. Or if it resets and I give up. But yeah, that'd be really nice. I'll see if I can play Ultimate. I don't know what it's on. Why do I hate this? What's wrong with it? I think it's the angle. Let's start over here. So, like, her arm would be more over here. Because, like, her shoulder's right here. But see, another thing is this is an you know what we'll do? This is a technique I call adjusting the canvas, so you don't have to deal with it. Look at that! See, I don't have to deal with it anymore. Problem of the past. This is why digital art's so cool. You can't do that on paper. You just have to start over. I'm gonna hide that layer because it's not necessary anymore. That line can stay there, and I'm gonna adjust this because it looks bad. There, that looks a bit better. You know what I think it is? Is I have to do that. You see, that looks better. Because that's the focal point of the shot. It's like, it's coming from below. Makes it better. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the background. I haven't even thought about that. Oh, it's for DS? Okay. Yeah, see, I can do that. I didn't know if they ever released a Mortal Kombat for DS. I entirely missed that. That's what's wrong. Her eye! This whole time. Thought it was fine, but now that I'm actually looking at it, so trying to do that. The sketch looks great. Oh, thank you. Certain parts of it still need a little work, but the outlining phase will fix that. She's gonna have big old pupils, because, well, in the reference image, it's there. And she tends to have very big pupils. So, works out. Okay, so I can turn this back down. So I just wanted to show that a little bit. I can actually get rid of it. So this is what the sketch looks like right now. And it helps me see... I'm on the wrong layer. Helps me see, like, what needs slight adjustment. There you go, see? All done. So I like, stare deeply at it, like, what's wrong? What else? There. And then we can do... You can do something, you know? There, I want that to be pronounced. It might be a tabby cat thing to just have constantly huge pupils. I know all of my female cats have always had very big pupils. Like, at all times. One of our cats had it, like, all times, even in the daylight, which is horrible, by the way. Take your cat to the vet. There's probably something wrong. Your torties eyes aren't like that? Okay, so it's not- I'm sure it's not every female cat. Maybe it's every crazy cat. No, because torties are crazy, usually. They got tortitude. So let's see, this looks good. Sleepy music. My paw outline. I need the pen, please. Okay, so where do I want to start on the outline? When my thing figures out. Okay, I'm gonna save real quick, actually. Remember to save, because I don't. I am the worst. I will literally go, oh my god, I never saved, and like, I'm doing the final touches of putting down a watermark. Which reminds me, I may have to add a watermark before I'm done, because I don't want someone to just come in and screenshot. Be like, yeah, that's my art. There was a huge spider in my bathtub last night, and I discovered it because my cats are smacking it around. I had a cat growing up. Her name was Selena, and she was a calico, most beautiful calico I've ever seen, on God. And she loved to hunt and eat hornets, like, all the time. So, which would, of course, anger them, which terrified kid me. I was like 3 the first time she did it. She was, I think, either the same age as me or a year younger. What are you doing? That thing's as big as your head. Some spiders get crazy big. And there's a new Tekken coming out. That's really cool. I don't keep up on any of that because Tekken's not like a game that I really love. Dude, why am I shaky today? Probably need to drink water. Apologies for whatever the model did. The model does not like when I drink water. She wants me to be dehydrated. Look at the- look! What is that? What is this? We're going from top down. You can figure it out. See, that makes the line too sharp. I'll see if that looks good. Dude, I am... There we go. See, I can draw. I'm getting mad. There we go. I just have to get a little angry. Secret spice of an artist. See, now I'm fine. Never do clean line art, you're much braver than me. I've been doing it too long. I was the kid who always, like... I had artistic friends growing up, and they loved to, like, color and shade and all that. Which is where I kind of lagged behind. Because I was always cleaning up their line art. we'd get like line art pens, and then I would just line art. That's what I did like the whole time I'd hang over. And then it hit a point where they wanted to learn because they're like, see, give me the eraser, please. I gotta narrow that. So it matches the other side. Look how bad that is. I gotta erase more. Get out of here. I'll fix it, because that line looks way too good to just start over. Same with that. Now, I know most artists will not go through and erase it, but I'm not afraid to see the actual pixels of my image. I'm not saying that they are, but what I'm saying is people just aren't willing to do that. They'll just redraw it 300 times. We all have our own processes. As long as you make something you like, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Doesn't matter how you got there. Unless you steal, then, well... I really thought that was a completely different game. I'm like, when did we change games? See, now it's gonna play out. See, I'm not good at the music portion. Give me the pen! There, I raised up. The issue is I don't want the microphone in my face because then it doesn't track my face very well. I'm trying to find a healthy balance. Maybe like that? Yeah, that's honestly how I feel. Thanks, soundtrack. Does that even look good? I'm on the right track. It's this left side that's bad. Right here. Does that look good? I hate being an artist sometimes because I look at it and I'm like, no. And I'm like, do I want to sit here and draw this for 40 minutes? And the answer is also no. But I want it to look good. It's for commissions. Obviously, for an actual commission piece, I will absolutely draw it 300 times. I don't care how many times it takes. But I figured for examples, I would use pets that are not mine because then I'm not gonna have like a, oh, I know exactly what color this animal is kind of bias. See, that looks good, in my opinion. What is my goal with this line? That's what I'm struggling to figure out. Rotating it is not working. Is that good? Yeah, there we go. That looks good. Until I zoom out and that looks horrible. I'm sure that's what'll happen. But that's okay. Ew, what the... I do like any mishap and I'm like, ew, what is that? I will say it's a lot easier to line art like on paper than it is on a tablet. Cause that was way off. When I line art on paper, like I don't have these kind of mishaps, so I know it's not entirely me sometimes. Maybe I gotta replace my nib. Oh, it looks fine. I don't know what my problem is. Today. Gotta clarify that it changes every day. Also, I didn't even talk about it. I was originally going to schedule a live stream Tuesday, Thursday like I normally do. And then I ended up having pain in my tooth on Saturday. Like Saturday morning. And so I called my dentist on Monday. And his receptionist, or however they prefer to be called. Oh, good night. Good night, Hansa. Thank you for stopping by on the stream. My dentist was basically concerned because, you know, that is a red flag symptom after you have a filling, is if you wake up in pain. Like, it's what causes you to wake up. He was very clear about that. He's like, you know, if you wake up and it's tender, that's normal, but if you wake up because of the pain, that's a problem. So he recommended, like, I don't take pain relievers before bed, stuff like that, just so he can know if it's being caused by that. And at first I wasn't sure, and then that day happened, I was like, oh no, I woke up not because of insomnia this time, because of, tooth pain. So I go in, and they do the freaking, like, cold test to see, like, which tooth is hurting. Oh my god, that hurts so bad. And then they're like, okay, so we're gonna send you to an endodontist, which is a root canal specialist. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, can you go right now? Like, now? So my Tuesday was booked, like, the whole freaking day because of that. And so I get there, and they take an x-ray again. So it's the second x-ray of the day. And they're looking at it, and they're like, are you sure it's that test? Or that tooth? I read chat. Are you sure it's that tooth? And I was like, well, yeah, you know, I just had it done today. And she's like, okay. And she's looking at it, she's like, are you sure it's not the back tooth? Because there's, like, deep decay going on. She's like, your root looks fine. And I was seeing the same x-ray as she, of course, because, you know, now they have the monitors in front of you. And she was kind of pointing to it, and I'm like, ah, no, that back one looks horrible. That's got to be the next one to be filled. But I'm here because I need a root canal. I'm like, unless you want to do a 2-for-1, get rid of that root too, just because. I don't know. Might have to if it's that deep. Because the tooth I had filled had very deep decay. So I'm like, okay. You know, so we get all scheduled up. And it sucked because they made me do the cold test twice. 2 times. I thought I was gonna die. Oh my god. And then, of course, you know, when I go to bed at night, my tooth is really killing me. It woke me up again. And I just went, I understand, because you had to deal with a cold test and the tap test frickin' twice. And then the x-ray hurt because they have to take the weird, like, x-ray thingy that they use. They had to, like, jab that, like, way down into my gum. Like, I don't know, man. But we're getting it solved. I shouldn't have any more pain. Oh, see, this looks fine. This looks great. I do jump around. Obviously, you don't have to if you're making art. It's just I do because I'm a big old weirdo. I'll admit it. I notice a lot of people that I watch draw, they don't do that. I'm sure there's people out there that do. I don't need a victory sound for bad line art. I'm gonna switch to something else. I'm getting sick of this. That's the wrong one. No, don't you start there. That's near the end. Okay, now it's starting over. I can't see. I need a freaking arm for the my phone so it can just be out of my way. I have like boxes of stuff stacked up. It's in my way. Can I say in my way a few more times? There we go. Man, this is always the part that takes forever. We're getting there to the fun part. The fun part to me is coloring and trying to get the markings right. The line, like the sketching and the coloring is very fun. I like doing line art, but when it comes to this kind of art, I don't like doing it. And by the way, this is Star Fox Assault music. Okay. I'm gonna get this. Give me a compass! So I haven't flipped the canvas yet. I'd be flipping that bad boy every 5 seconds. I would, but here's how I flip it, okay? We'll do it just for fun. We'll see what this looks like. So I'm gonna hide this because it'll look weird. So here's the little nose. Flipping, by the way, does help you figure it out. So I figure out like what's wrong. Let me finish my thought. So what I have to do is I have to do this, which selects it, and then I have to flip it. And I can't draw while I'm doing that, because then I just move it around. Maybe there's a way, because Clip Studio, I think you use it, right, Jason? Like, isn't there a way you can actually just flip it for real? And I'm just a big noob. Oh, that's the... Dude, I'm done. Caught in 4K. What do you mean, what? Dude, I'm old. We've been over this. I'm old. Listen, I didn't even know about layer, like, properties, man. That blew my mind. I've been drawing, like, my whole life, and then frickin' Sam came out of nowhere and was like, hey, you know there's layer properties that'll make your art actually look good instead of terrible? And then I was like, what is that? And I have never gone back. If you don't know what layer properties are, they're these. That's why I clicked on it. I hope it shows. I have no idea. My stream's behind. I don't know why that keeps happening. There, I caught it up. Wait. The picture boxing? You mean this thing? The reference thing? Okay, you can actually see that part. This reference is completely redundant, by the way. I don't know why I have it here. Just leave it zoomed in. I know how to rotate with that. Yeah, it just flips that. It doesn't flip my actual... I don't know what this stuff is. Some arrows, circular ones, some look like they're mirrored. Yeah. But that looks like it just flips this unless I need a different... That exists? Bro, what the... See? Okay. It's... The thing is I was actually on a reference. This is actually like my art... I didn't know you could even do the navigator. GIMP has it. So... What am I drawing? So, for those that just maybe came in or stopping by, I'm drawing this kitty right here. Let me hide the rest of this. Drawing this cat, her name's Tepih, and I'm drawing her in like this kind of meme format right here. So, I'm just seeing like, right now I'm just doing the line art basically, and then after I'm done with that, I will re-show this layer in like full capacity, because I'll have like a base layer so I can see better. And then I'll start to do like the markings. I like to go markings and then shading and all that. Some people like to do shading. It just depends. But yeah, I literally had no idea Clip Studio even had a navigator tool. That's stupid. I've already been using this thing for like 2 years. I just don't experiment with anything. That's my own bad. I'm not on the right line. Yeah, the cat's a she. I was just as confused because, you know, she's a cat that lives in Croatia, so I don't speak Croatian. My, yeah, I guess, you know what? Yeah, my best friend that lives over there. I was gonna call her a friend, but I'm like, dude, we've known each other too long to just say friend. Seems almost rude. I want a bigger line. But yeah, I thought this meme would be very fitting because she likes to sit up high and just like look down and judge people. You know, I know this cat, I've never met her, but like I know of hers and what she likes to do, so works out. That's why I always tell people, you know, tell me a little bit about your cat or your dog or, you know, whatever I'm drawing. What do they like? What do they like to normally do? Do they like to laze about? Are they crazy? Like, what do they like? I love even finding out even if I'm not drawing them. Just think it's funny. That's not how you need to flip the canvas. hate this. Like, I'm trying so hard to make this look good. I need a smaller eraser. I don't know if I like this. Let me see zoomed out. Maybe it'll look fine. It's a little shaky, but I don't know if I can actually improve it or not. See, like when you zoom in like this, it's really hard to tell where the issue actually is. Thank you to everyone who comes by the stream, by the way. I feel like I don't say that enough when I'm streaming because I just don't think about it. But genuinely, thank you. I love doing these live streams, like even if it's just something basic, like what I would be doing today anyway, which is pet portraits. I'm hoping to open these commissions here soon. I don't entirely know when because I got like a whole list of pieces that I'm doing. About 10 to 12. All kinds of animal species, like I'm drawing my snake right now. I also I've drawn a bird, I'll be drawing mice, and I'll be drawing a gecko. And of course I've drawn dogs too. Well, I've drawn a dog. Mostly I've been drawing cats right now because that's what I like. This is the first one I'm drawing that isn't my own pet. Everything else has been my own pet. So I'm a little biased when I draw them because it's like, oh, I already know exactly what I want and like how their colors work. But it's really nice to practice on like friends' pets and family's pets where, you know, even with a family's pet, you've probably seen them a lot, but you don't know like their colors exactly. This is turning out a lot cuter than I thought it would. I was worried this would just be kind of silly more than anything, but it's actually turning out really cute. Ew, what on earth? Friendly reminder, I'll change the music to whatever people want to listen to, as long as it's copyright free. You know, obviously I can't play like Beyonce or something crazy, but I can. I don't know why she's the first one that came to mind. I don't even listen to her. No, I might get hate for that, but I usually just listen to game music. Sometimes I'll listen to like actual songs, it just depends. But usually game music, like I can just put it on and forget. Barely anything changed with all this erasing I'm doing. Artist life, man. Does this look okay? There's my issue. I kinda saw that, but I wasn't sure if it was actually a problem or not. It's hard to see with the sketch layer. Even being like very invisible, it's pretty hard to tell. I think we're good. Like, all this time, that's all I have. Oh man. I've been debating on doing like the line art of the face and ears and stuff like that. But for like the side, doing a fur brush, I have this fur brush here. I'll move this silly microphone. There we go. For like the 800th time. Where's my fur layer? Or not fur brush. This. Where like I do this instead, but the issue is I don't have any confidence with that. I've watched people use it very effectively. My brain doesn't work like that. I've never been a good painter. I can't paint to save my life. My uncle can paint, I can't. Neither can my mom, to be fair, so it's probably her fault. I'm kidding. I can't even say that in seriousness. I did take a painting class in high school, but let me tell you, I was not good at it. And the teacher was even laughing because I had her before. I think I had her like every year. And she's like, you draw so well, why can you not paint? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, cause I think you have to think like from background to foreground, and I do more foreground to background. So I think that's why I can't. Or brushes are tricky. Feel more comfortable just doing my own thing. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. You know, I think with the fur brush, what I see most people do is they fill it in. Like, you know, they would take the color and like fill it in, literally. And then they would do the fur afterwards. But it always looks bad when I do it. It's funny to say as an artist, but like, man, artists make things look easy. We really do. We're awful. I say that as I literally keep drawing like a 30-degree angle. I'm trying to make it smooth. She doesn't have a flat side of her head. What is wrong with me? What is happening? I'm erasing further. Some bad juju on that line. It's cursed me. See, that looks better. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do a curved line, and my brain said no. You were doing an angled line, and you will like it, and move on. Why is that angle terrible? Still laughing. Jason, how many speed paints of mine have you seen? I really want to know, like, even if it's 0. Because if you watch my speed paints, I never flip the canvas. And I've had people ask me why. And I was just like, oh, I just, you know, I don't like to do that because I didn't want to admit I didn't know how to do something. But nope, that's the real reason. I just didn't know how. I could call myself like the worst artist. It's terrible because I'm part of Gen Z, so you think I'd just like naturally grasp everything, but I sure don't. I got more of like a like a Gen X mindset where it's like, ah, screw it. If I figure it out, cool. If I don't, whatever. I'm just gonna draw. And I'll use this expensive software, bare bones. Oh, you didn't know I had speed paints? Yeah, I don't know if I've done them recently. Like super recently. I know I did 2 in July. Yeah, I have some speed paints. You'll just notice I never flip the canvas, and it's funny. So it's like if you watched it, I wonder like I wonder how many people watched it anyway that were like, why not? Just flip it. How does this look if we flip it? How long have I been streaming, dude? An hour? I'm only this far in an hour. Holy cow. Your stupid self gets caught on gaming videos. Yeah, it's honestly me. I don't think I've watched someone speed paint in a long time. See, this looks great. You dancing. Well, she dancing. Yeah, like a whole hour. Yeah, it just took me a minute. Hope that doesn't pick up. I gotta get more comfortable. Oh, I did hit record. I just suddenly thought about it. I'm like, did I ever hit record? Oh no. It's falling apart. Yeah, it's really- now I can rotate and... What will this do? Hit to navigate? Oh! Bro, I've needed that my whole life. Hit discrete, same difference. Oh no, you have to actually unclick it. So what happens if I do that? Oh, it's the same thing. What's this? That's a oh, that's 100% zoom. Bro. Meanwhile, normal artists are like, yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean you haven't used the zoom function? I use a scroll wheel, so. Do I want that? No, I want them to be smaller. It's just chin fur. Chin fur's not like ultra long. Especially on a short hair tabby. Oh, this is ew. Look how flabbergasted your avatar looks right now. Dude, I can't even see it. I think it's because of the mic, and I'm like leaning down. Better. Maybe that'll be better. You know what happened is I calibrated it so it would look straight on when I'm like looking over. Whereas right now I want it to actually like look over so you guys know when I'm looking at the canvas and not like at the camera. It's more true to life. My model always looks flabbergasted. Anytime I drink water, I itch my nose, like anything, it just screws with it. Why am I drawing on 15? That's my problem. God, this music's a manifestation of how I'm feeling right now trying to draw this. Nope. Too angled. That never works for me. I have to actually take my time. Maybe I'll move the mic over. Ooh, sorry. I have water hands. What do I do? Yeah, I hope with my next model that I design that I can like just play an emote or something. That's what I'm hoping. I haven't worked on the next model yet, like for this YouTube channel, but I have the other one that I hope to do for examples. Or for like an example, so it's not just my model and I'm like, okay, that's all I've done. Brother line art, you're not working. That's not the eraser tool, thank you. Okay. That's a chin, you know. I suppose. I should draw the little freckly boys. Let's get this reference back. I retain nothing, but I'll draw. Do you like what I did for when I was drawing my dog? I think it'll look good. Correct. It's a lot harder to translate stuff like this because of the fact that I'm not drawing like the actual bird. So... Oh, this phone's ringing. My boyfriend's phone's ringing. I'm like, what is that? Hello? Oh, it must be saving. I had to completely stop when it saves. Yep, the recovery, okay. So if my computer randomly blue screens, I'm still okay. I don't want to test that theory. Control S, everybody. Come on, write the file. I don't think you guys can see those pop-ups. You couldn't see the other one. look to make sure that, like, my phone's not in range with mine, depending on, like, who tried to call them. How long have I been doing it on the wrong layer? This whole dang time? For real? I knew something was wrong. Whatever, it's such a low issue time for it to happen. But now I drew my picture layer. I need to set it so I can't draw on it. I know there's a way to set layers like that. Let's go catch back up. It goes a lot faster and I don't have to think about like where the dots have to go. It's almost kind of like music notes. So anyone in chat like play an instrument? I would love to learn piano. I took a piano class, but right now I don't have a piano to actually like play, so I just haven't bothered learning. Does that look good? It's fine to me. For the other spots, I'll draw them like as part of the fur layer. Like, she has like spots here and stuff like that. You can see it on this layer right here. She's got like little spots. Those will be on the fur layer. Okay. Oh my god, I'm bullying this microphone. Maybe what I should have done is instead of having it on the right side, because the right side makes sense for me, because then when I shove it completely out of the way, it's never in my way. I should have put it on the left side. I'll probably do that another time. Obviously not gonna do it right now. So, let's find it a little bit more. How did I do the other side? Just do. I had an art teacher in like 7th or 8th grade, so for those that aren't here in the United States, that would be like 10 to 13 range. Took me a minute. So like 10 to 13. I had this teacher that, like, I don't know if she just didn't like the way I drew or thought I didn't have like good drawing hygiene, because I would always draw this eye first on like our right, and then I would move to draw this eye a lot, and she used to get like so mad because she's like, well, how are you gonna match it up? And I'm like, by getting good. It's basically the answer I gave her, and she did not like that answer. I'm sitting there thinking, okay, but I'm drawing, I'm having fun. Like, why do I have to be so particular? I'm not doing this for a job in the future. You know, yes, I do recommend having, like, good drawing hygiene when you're learning. But, like, I don't think it's so important that you have to, like, put down your student because of it. And she'd put me down a lot. Or she'd even mark me down on, like, projects and stuff because I would do that and she would catch me doing it. I didn't care. I kept doing it. Like, what's she gonna do? Fail me? It's freaking art class. See, I like to do like little furry things there. Let's fix this up a little bit. Still didn't hit the frickin' eraser, please. There we go. It's a pow. I just, yeah, I don't know. I had so many bad experiences with teachers, I swear, like, I almost never had anything good. I will say my teacher in high school was, like, a complete angel, so it's not like all my teachers were horrible. My art teacher, like, oh my gosh, if you were behind on art, or not on art, but like on homework and stuff, you could ask her, like, do you mind if I take today to do homework? You know, if it was like your next class or like later in the day. And she'd let you do that. She didn't care. She's like, as long as you can get your artwork done in time, I don't really care. You know, and oh my gosh, she was so nice. And like, if you had an issue drawing something, she would help you out a lot. She gave us like almost way too much time for the art projects, but I really like that because art takes time. Especially when you don't know what you're doing and don't know like shortcuts, it takes a long time. And I mean, like, you see how long this has taken me, like, goodness gracious. Like, I'm still working on this, and it's been a while. No, I don't like this ear. Like, this way it looks fine to me, but then when I flip it, it looks kind of weird. I think it's because the ear's too skinny. Oh, God. I really hope none of this, like, mic punching comes through to the other side. So I'm gonna redo that. Yeah, because what happened is I drew it, like, here. When it looks like I just need to go, like, the full length here. See? So... For new artists, always make sure you zoom in and clean up your line art if you prefer to do it that way, or to zoom in and like redraw this numerous times. I've just drawn for so long that I do it all in one take and then I fix later. So... You know, if you're learning, I do recommend like zooming in and like getting into the habit of doing that first. Instead of like doing exactly what I'm doing. You know, as I was saying, I've drawn since kindergarten. I'm 24, so since I was 4, yeah, 20 years. That's crazy. Now, obviously, when I was 4, I was not drawing very well. I didn't draw really well until I was about 10, 11. And by really well, I mean like better than those basic cat drawings, you know what I'm talking about, where it's like this, and then you got like the nose, the eyes. Usually I did circles, then you had like an ear, the body. How did I do the legs? It was like that, nope, that's not, there. That's how I drew cats up until like, up until I was like 10 or 11, and then my best friend, I didn't know at the time she was my best friend. I randomly approached her. But, she, helped me learn to draw. Because my mom tried to teach me how to draw, and I don't know if it's just because I... Give me the eraser, please. Thank you. I don't know if it's because I just wasn't understanding what she was teaching me, or if it's because of the fact that I'm sitting here thinking, well, yeah, you know, you're my mom, you've been around longer, and of course you can draw. Like, I'll never hit that point until I'm like, you know, 30 or whatever. So, which is not true, by the way. I've seen 14-year-olds draw better than me, so age is not an issue. Jason, I'm looking at you. Oh my god. But, you know, for some people it comes faster, other people it takes forever. And if you're one of those people where you desperately want to learn to draw, but it's taking you a long time, that's okay. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And if someone tells you that there's something wrong with them, okay? That's nothing to do with you. will say that. Like, I'm mean, so my bad. What do you mean I'm box rating? You know exactly what I mean, dude. You were like, God, when did I first follow your account? You're like 15. I was scared to talk to you because you were so freaking young compared to me. God, I think I was like 17 or something. 17, 18. So I was like, I don't feel comfortable talking to this kid. But, I mean, later on I did. But I just remember thinking, good lord, like, how does he draw so well? Like, I'm drawing like this, and he had like borderline hyper-realistic art style. I'm like, dude, what the frick? I don't know how to explain that kind of art style. It's cartoony, but like realistic. And I know, my art is gorgeous now. Back when I followed you, it was not very good. It was passable, but it was not very good. Even my animations were kind of ugly, but the, like, the actual animation itself was pretty clean. It's just the art was ugly. Nothing you can do about that. So, I don't know if I want this cat to be like too fluffy actually. Because this is a short hair cat. All of my cats were what I would consider like a medium hair. Where like, they didn't have a ton of fur, but they shed a lot. So they had like the secret 28 pounds of fur on there. It's not an exact science that I'm doing. You know, if you're trying to draw fur and it's looking weird, make sure you're not like repeating too much. Like you see here how sometimes I have like this little strand. I repeat it a lot, but to me it looks okay. Some people don't like that. So if you think you're repeating it too much, just try to do something a little different like this. I know it's easier said than done. I'm like, just like this, and then I'm, you know, one line I'm done. Again, remember, I've been drawing for at least 14 years. You know, where it wasn't what I drew earlier. And then sometimes, a little trick I like to do is put like a little line like that. Because it gives the illusion of fur. And it kind of breaks up like repetitiveness. It's another tip you can try. Too long. There. I was like, my lines look good, but it's not following that one, so it looks a little weird. I cannot stop burping today, y'all. I don't know what happened. Oh, I know. You know what? I had pizza. That's what happened. Okay, no. I don't want this, like, chest part to look. Let's do, like, another little... Oh my god. Let's do another little, like... Baruski. See, that ear looks a lot better. I didn't even check. I still have to go back and finish the ear. The other one. This one. But I'll get to it. I talked about having the tablet bound. I haven't even used it. I've just been hitting Control Z. I mainly use it like if my keyboard's not within reach. Right now, how I have my desk set up though, I can't like take my tablet and sit back. Because then I'll just tear everything down. Okay. Oh, it flips everything. That's cool. My whole life has changed. And it'll be changed again. I learned that there was a way in Clip Studio for it to like color your piece for you, and I really wanted to try that, but I have to go back and watch the video because I don't remember how he did it. God, I love the wolf theme in Star Fox. Like all of them. 64, freaking I saw like all of them. Anywhere where Wolf shows up, he always has like the most banger of a freaking soundtrack. Is that good? That looks alright. Like I said, it'll probably look better when shading and coloring comes down. Let's pick up the pace! I'm drawing forever and I'm not even done with the frickin' line art. What is this? I'll come back to that. Look at that, one try. Alright, let me figure out this arm here. See, I like this little preview on the left. It's really hard for me to actually move it over to where you guys can see it. But I really like it. I'll just leave it at that. Because I can look at it and go, oh, it looks fine. Or, oh, it doesn't. That looks bad because of the angle. It's gotta, like, come out. And not shaky. Word of advice, not that this has ever happened to me, but don't try to do line art after you drank an entire 2-liter Mountain Dew. Just don't do it. You want to talk about shaky, like, you'll be like this. And you'll be like, that was a straight line, I swear. I don't drink caffeine like that anymore, I don't even like Mountain Dew. But I was at a friend's house, and her mom, they were a poor family, like, dirt poor. So, I felt bad when she bought me a 2-liter of soda, because, like, I know it's kind of pricey, and I told her I could just share with one of the other kids. And she's like, no, I'll buy you your own. So, for some reason, I got Mountain Dew. Oh, welcome back, by the way. Jason. But, yeah, so I felt bad, and I was like, well, I have to drink this whole thing. So I drank the entire freaking thing, like, really fast. I'd say over the course of, like, 3 hours? Which, I'm a slow drinker. Oh my gosh. I drink everything slow, it doesn't matter, like, it could be water. My phone's blowing up. I'm a specialist, jeez oh Pete. Nothing important. It's just like, rate our service. It's like, I don't know, I was there for a second. Okay, there we go. I'll rate it when we're done. Done with the root canal. Okay, so I need to finish this. And, yeah, so I drank all that. And then I went to bed. Because for some reason caffeine makes me really tired. I'm one of those people. I can't use caffeine to wake up. It just puts me right to sleep. Which is weird, because neither of my parents are like that. Both of them use caffeine to wake up. My dad not so much, but my mom absolutely. Which might be why. I'm pretty sure she drank coffee and stuff when she was pregnant with me. I don't know how that works. Why am I, like, choking right at the last second? But yeah, I was very shaky, I was very sick. I woke up in the middle of the night because my heart was racing. It was at like 7 AM. I'm not an early morning waker. I was more of a, like, get up at noon. I still kind of am. What is this, do you see that? What is that? Hold on, I'll draw the ear here in a minute. That's inexcusable. How did that get by me? I think I didn't look at it, that's the problem. I don't know why. Everyone I know that's been drawing long just does sketchy lines. I don't care how it looks. And I don't blame y'all. For your own sanity, it's way better. But for some reason, I just can't do that. My brain's like, no, it must be clean, it must be perfect, it must be absolutely amazing. And if it's not, you messed up. Like, with how clean my sketches are, I could just clean up the sketch and then color it in. Nothing's stopping me. No, caffeine makes me tired, but it also makes me paranoid, so it's hard to calm down enough to sleep. Is it like that for you nowadays? I hate that YouTube has a stupid, like, heart thingy. Yeah, is it like that for you? Okay, yeah. I'll just have both chats right here. I can read every comment. Yeah, it may have made me paranoid, because I felt like I was having a panic attack. That's how I would describe it. It felt exactly like a panic attack. Like, my heart wouldn't stop racing, and, like, I was very sweaty. And at the time I didn't know what a panic attack was. I didn't have them just yet. Y'all, I cannot draw this stupid line for nothing. But looking back, like, it was definitely, like, panic attack-esque. Which, I mean, is similar to paranoia. If not for some people, the same thing. Man, this is turning out so good. But it is absolutely like that. I don't even drink caffeine now. Like, I may have a little bit. I'm not like, oh, I'll never have it again. But I definitely don't drink, like, even a whole can of Coca-Cola I can't drink. I can drink, like, a whole Sprite or equivalent, like Starry. Which I'm gonna say right now, a lot of people were saying Starry tastes just like Sierra Mist. It absolutely does not. It tastes way different. I don't know what the heck y'all were drinking, but they're not the same. And anyway, I had to throw that in there somewhere. I'm gonna do the base letter real quick. So I like to title it base. But yeah, I just don't drink. I drink non-caffeinated soda. That's what I was getting at. Trying to do like 38 things at once. So I'm gonna take, predominant, ooh, I don't want the animation stuff, there we go. I want predominantly like her sandy color, because it looks like it's like the most prominent color. I want the lighter version, because I can always build on it and go darker. Whether you're drawing digital or you're drawing, drawing digital or drawing on paper, you always want to, like, pick a direction. Obviously for paper, it's always going lighter to darker, because it's a lot easier to do it that way, unless you're working with, like, paint. I know paint doesn't matter. But, like, colored pencils, you want to go lighter and build up. When it comes to digital art, you just want to pick a direction, like whether you're going from like super dark to lightening it, or if you're doing like, you know, light to dark. It doesn't matter as much because you can just add another layer and fix stuff. Now, if there's an easier way to do this, I don't want to hear it. This is the way I like doing it because it's fun. Or I can expand it to... because this is a massive canvas. As a reminder, it is 3000 by 3500 pixels. Most people do not draw that big. That's like a 3K image. And then 1000 DPI. Which most people do a DPI of about like 300. Not me. I do wholeheartedly recommend you up your DPI, because you, like I talked at the start, you can do a smaller image and a higher DPI, like a higher resolution, and it's still gonna look great. Whereas if you do the opposite, you have like a 72 DPI and an image this big, it's gonna look very rough. One of these days I'll have to do a comparison, because I get driven absolutely mad when people send me an image and it's like 72 DPI, but like a 6K image, and I'm like, why? You need to up it at least a little bit. I think there's like a cap, but I don't care. I just do 1000, no matter what size it is. Then I never have to change it. So, I'm gonna start with the eyes, because the eyes are most fun. It's hard to see her eyes a little bit, so here's what I like to do. For the eyeliner, I like to have 3 eyelers, because she's not a base white cat. If she was base white, I wouldn't worry about it so much, but she's not base white. Now, as I talked about in another live stream where I did artwork, The eyes are never perfectly white, so it looks better if you do something that's a little off-white. So I'll demonstrate with this eye. Fill it up. Yes, I know. I can just select it and fill, but that's not fun. I like to hand color. I get yelled at all the time by friends. They're like, you can select it on the outline layer and then fill it. No. I'm lame. Or you can do, on here, you can select and refer to all layers as well. But I don't want to. I think usually people hide the base layer because it'll always select that because it's rude. But I know. My art takes longer because I hand colored it. Now, as I was saying, so I'm gonna save that. So you can already see. Oops, another gun. Hold on. Maybe you can't see. Yeah, my goofy self's in the way. You can't see it regardless, so it doesn't matter. Never mind. The white's already different colors, is what I was gonna get at. So, big difference. You don't really see it because of, like, this color here, but obviously you see it here. It makes the eye pop a little bit more and look a little more realistic. And it's not, like, searing white. Personally, I hope to get to a point where I don't use such, saturated colors. I think white's considered saturated, I'm not entirely sure. I know it is simultaneously, depending on how you approach the question, the absence of color and the mixing of all colors. It just depends on how how you look at it. Like, if you literally mix colors, white's not a mixing, if that makes sense. But, like, how we see it, it is a, if I understand it correctly, is a mix of all colors. So, I don't know. Some art major will correct me. I'm sure. I don't know exactly what I'm talking about. I never went to school, so... But yeah, just what I'm getting at is this white looks better. Like, if I select this and fill it, that's too bright. That actually hurts my eyes. Okay. So the second eye layer is always my color layer. Like, you know, if they're green, yellow, blue, brown, you know, it doesn't matter. And on natural color like magenta, you know, it's the color layer. The top layer is gonna be this black. And when I color select it, it is a dark blue, and I recommend doing that. I typically do a dark blue, sometimes I'll do a dark green, something color theory, I don't fucking know. Honestly, that's how I feel. It's like, at the end of the day, just color it, man. Like, okay, so I want to see my sketch, not that one, so I can follow it. I don't like how she's, like, cross-eyed. Now, something that a lot of non-artists do not know that drives me absolutely insane in the membrane, let's put it that way, is when you have eyes that are slightly facing different directions. Now, I'm gonna showcase that right now. Because I had someone commission me, and you know, if they see this, I honestly don't care, because it really drove me up a wall. And I know that's mean. So you see how, like, the eyes are offset? Ooh. No, see that? That looks okay. That'll look fine when it's colored. So you see how they're offset? Like, this one looks like it's looking this way, and then this one looks like it's looking this way. You see how they would line up if you followed the lines far enough? Like that. She's looking at something down here. Okay? A lot of people don't think about that. But you can even see it. in the references a little bit. Like, see, this one's a prime example, not that one, but this one. How her eyes are looking, you know, they don't mirror each other is what I'm getting at. Eyes do not mirror each other. The only time they mirror each other is if you're looking like straight ahead, or if you're looking, I don't know, like right at a camera maybe. They would look symmetrical as long as you're not at an angle. Like it's hard to explain. You can look in a mirror and just look at your eyes and you'll see what I'm talking about. They don't always, well, I say look at a mirror. Take like a picture and just stare at something in the distance. It never lines up. Oh, saved recovery. So, yeah, it drives me nuts. It drives other artists nuts when you are very particular like that and want them to mirror, because then it looks goofy. That's all I'm getting at. And we won't say anything. Most artists won't, because we're just like, you know what, that's fine. If that's how they want it to look, they can have it look like that. When I post it to my page, I'm gonna fix it, because it looks ridiculous. And we're just passive-aggressive like that, because we just don't want to deal with it anymore. No offense to anybody, we get tired. You know, and that's not to say that you need to apologize for every little thing and worry that we're mad. Usually we get over it, but that one instance, man, I'll never forget it. And I know that's horrible, but I will literally never forget. And it's not even the fact, like, if you request it. It's when you're pushy about it. So if you're not a pushy person, you're gonna be okay. So, I'm trying to figure out her eye color. Would you guys say this is like more yellow or more green? Because she's got green tinge in it, so I'll be sure to include that. But I just realized I don't have any good photos of her eyes. Let me see if I can get a good photo. This one... I know she's gotta have pictures of the cat's eyes somewhere. You know, I mean... Okay, laptop, you can hurry it along. You know, like I'm streaming right now. It's a weird picture. No, it doesn't have good color. Y'all, no, I want a good eye color. All of them, like, the light isn't shining on her eyes, so it makes them look darker, and that's not what I want. She doesn't even have an album of her cat? Come on. Man, alright. Adrian, you're gonna have to deal with whatever color eyes I give your cat. They look golden yellow, so we're just gonna go with that. This picture here is actually the better one, because you can really see the eye color. Alright, let me get chat back up. There we go. Sorry to go on that bit of a rant, but like, for real, I hope this doesn't discourage anybody from commissioning. Whether it be me or someone else, like, I hope I don't come across like that. I feel really bad even complaining now, but it's like, sometimes you just gotta say something and be like, alright, listen. And you know, I'm gonna start doing that to be fair. I'm just gonna go listen. That's not how eyes work. She's the only person that has ever commissioned me that I can complain about, so. Everyone else was completely great, you know, even if they had issues with a piece, like, they were just like, I don't really care for that, like, is there a way to fix it? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely, but it's the acting like you know more. So if you just don't do that, you should be good. I say should because there are mean artists out there. So I can't give like a guarantee. Okay. I thought I wouldn't talk that much on the outline phase, but I was wrong. Is this music louder than normal? Or did I accidentally turn it up? Goodness gracious. So here's another little strat I like to do. I don't know if you guys can see that. Why is it so behind again? YouTube. I don't think you can. Oh my gosh, it's too much blur. I like to do a little blurring. It makes the eyes pop a little more. As you can see, I have a bit of an issue, so here's what we're gonna do instead. I know this looks goofy now, but bear with me. Select it on my left hand since my microphone's more. Dude, my phone has like literally never stopped. It's like as soon as I start streaming, everyone's like, hey, by the way. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just like, holy cow, I can't respond right now. Okay. Normally my phone's like dead silent. I don't get anything. But so, I opened up these requests for my followers on Instagram. Just so I have like more because I really want to drop people's characters that like I literally have never seen a day in my life. Like it's a brand new, like I've never seen this animal but I love them kind of moment. So because that's basically what I'll be doing for commissions. I don't know these animals. I'd love to know them. I'd love to pet them and smooch them on their little head, but I don't get to. I can smooch the photo. Let's see. I don't know if I even like this golden yellow. What is this? I have a racer? I don't want a racer. Man. Okay. So dramatic. I cannot wait to do the shading. I've never done shading from the underside. So that's gonna be really interesting. Okay, so eyes are gonna get a little crazy, guys, so buckle up. I will try to explain what I'm doing and why. So we need an eye shading layer. Separate from your normal shading, I recommend. You don't have to, obviously. And I like to do a little bit of a bluish tinge. Not much. It's 1, 6, and 12. 12 being blue. So red, green, blue. Okay. Let me get... Actually, I don't want to select it. Bear with me, alright? So I want to do that because I will be doing a blur. A Gaussian blur. I think that's how you say it. I don't know. Gaussian right there. G-A-U-S-S-I-A-N. I want it to be very blurred. Like this. That looks better. I know it looks crazy now, but hold on. Then we're going to do... Can y'all see this? I really want to know. Because I don't know if you guys can see this. And for future streams, I may have to change that to where I just record the secondary monitor. You can't. Well. So I have an option that's called linear light. I like that one. Okay. So I have colored way too far. So I'm gonna take my soft eraser. Very big. And an eye shading. No, it's not gonna look like a lot. Let me take the eyes, flip it to the outside, so I'm not erasing what's inside, clear it, so I can get rid of all that, so I can see what it looks like. I got too much shading. There, okay. I kinda like how this looks. Now, we're going to do another layer. But eyes shine. This one's fun. This is actually a technique taught by my friend Jason. And I've kind of modified it to fit me, so. In case you've ever wondered how people get their art style, we all perpetually steal from each other, but then make it our own. So, so it doesn't sound so alarmist. We don't, like, trace. We don't, but, like, how can I explain this? We see something we like how someone does their eye, for example. Or maybe multiple artists. You like multiple different artists, and you conglomerate it to be your own. So when you think about it... that looks good. Doesn't have to be exact, doesn't have to be clean. You know, so you kind of, you're stealing but not. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not good at explaining things. So I've never done like actual tutorials. Not good at it. I might look crazy. Okay, so I want to keep the top a solid line, undisturbed, because it looks better. The bottom can be like... It should reflect like whatever the cat's looking at or sees or whatever. I don't know what this cat sees, to be frank. The cat's just seeing, alright? And I like to use these erasers. I don't remember how to add erasers, so... But it adds like a little... I was like, am I not on the right layer? Adds a little bit more texture to the bottom. Let's make it a little smaller. Nope, that looks bad. We'll do like... Oop, that's the wrong kind of eraser. And he still do that? That's awesome. I stopped doing it years ago because I keep simplifying my art to be easier, but I think it really suits your art style. Yeah, I still use this. I thought it was so cool, I just modified it. So instead of doing like one layer with these, as you guys will see, it's multiple layers. So I like to do hard eraser actually. I don't like soft eraser. Because this will be... how do I say? This will be blurred. So I'm just gonna do some like vague... She's looking at something, but like you can't really see it because she's so high up. Kind of thing. Great. And then I want to kind of mirror it, otherwise it's gonna look crazy. So I need to get this back out because I did not. Okay. I wish I could explain stuff better. Like I said, if you have any like specific questions, I can absolutely answer it. In a written format, I can answer it a lot better. So this one's gonna be a little bit more dramatic because it's a little bit closer to the whatever this thing is. I don't want it that dramatic though. I don't know if my eyes translate. I stare at what I'm doing a lot, like very intensely. I don't know what this is that this cat is looking at, but it's looking a little suspicious. Okay. Now, I want to duplicate it right off the bat. I'm going to change these both in this like little layer properties to add glow to both of them. I like to do both add glow. I'm sure there's other methods. Now I start playing with it, so this one's gonna be a little lower. Okay, so even when I lower these layers, you can still see it's like it's got this little glow effect. So what I want to do with the top one, I have it down to 50% right now, opacity. That'll obviously change. So even just doing that much, there's tons of glow. The bottom one's at 58, so I'm gonna kind of mess with it a little bit. Now I want to blur this one as well. Thank you. I kept missing it. But not nearly as much as the other layer. You still want to, like, see it and understand the shape. So, like that. So you still see it and you understand the shape, but it's not, what am I thinking? It's not so boldly lined. That's what I'm trying to think. It has softer edges. So I kind of just play with it until I get something that I like. Maybe I'll make this top layer more and then this bottom layer less. I kind of like that. Ooh, that probably translated, I'm really sorry. So the bottom layer's at 43, the top's at 76. See if we can round it off. 75 for the top layer, 45 for the bottom. I like it. An even number, whether it's an actual like even or if it's just an even 5, you know, works for me. And it doesn't alter very much. Here, we'll change that one to 30. There we go. So this little bit of shading, you can see it because her pupils are so big, like you can't really see it. But it's still good to get in the habit of doing it. And then I'm gonna do another layer. Oop. I shine too. Or it's your standard. We'll see how this looks. Add glow. Need to filter, or to blur it a little bit. It's under filter. That's too much blur. I like it on the right side. I don't so much like it on the left, and I don't know why. So maybe it's because of like where it's at. There. I kind of like that. It makes it like really intense. I might lower these a little bit. There. That looks a lot better. So we'll lower that down to 55 after it's done saving. There we go. And then I'll do my own save. How do you like that, Clip Studio? Okay, it's all done. Let's see. Where do we want to go from here? I think we'll do the... what I like to call the etc. layer. So I paired together my ears, like inner ears, my nose, my lip, my skin, you know, any skin that's showing like this side mouth things. And then anything else like that branch, like if like eyebrows. Obviously on a pet portrait I'm not doing eyebrows. But you know, if there's eyebrows or scars, I typically just put them all in one layer because I get crazy and I'll have like 100 layers if I don't do that. So I'm gonna copy what part of the nose. Look how crazy Cat like look how her freaking camera is like intense. So yeah, I really don't know, like I guess we'll go with this like deeper brown. Cause with the lighting and shading layers it should pop out. Your base layers are always gonna look kinda weird. Just FYI. Like when you do flat color it always looks kinda weird and off. But don't adjust anything unless it's like really off and you're like, whoa, you know, this is supposed to be a mint green, it's a deep green, what's happening? You know? Don't change it until you do your shading and light layers. Yes, plural. I do not do one anymore. I used to do one layer. You can see the atoms in that kid. I know. I really gotta hit her up and be like, what camera do you have? Okay. So we got Noza. I'll just take this I guess, bluish black for these parts. Really good at explaining. We need the stuff for the thing. Colors for the lip and the skin, because it looks like her cat has like a dark inner mouth. Sometimes cats have like a pink lip or whatever, you know, but it looks like her cat has dark lip. Like, see, this cat, that's not my zoom in layer. Or, zoom in feature. This cat here's got a pink lip. I think you can kind of see their teeth, I don't know. And I am gonna add the text, by the way. I'm gonna ask her what the text is in Croatian, and I can add. I think it'd be funny. But I'm not gonna Google Translate that. I'm not gonna tell a native speaker they're wrong through Google Translate. I might, because it'd be kind of funny. But because we're friends, I would never do it to a stranger. Let's see. So, I think we'll do inner ear. She's got a very light inner ear. Do you see that? It's like really close to the mic. I'm sorry about that. Do you see that? I don't know how that sounds, so I try to be really quiet. Yeah, she's got like a very light inner ear. I kind of want to take this color. Yeah, it's like pinky color. A lot of times, optimally, you want to take from like one image of the colors, because otherwise it can start to look kind of funky. But for one, I don't follow that rule. Not because I'm a long-time artist, but because I don't know any better half the time, even though I do. Like, I know not to do that and I do it anyway. I'm just letting people know for when, if you're learning or trying to improve and you can't figure out why stuff looks weird, that might be why. But usually when I do the shading and all that, it all kind of blends together anyway. And looks alright. So let's see. Let me zoom in. I gotta stop, like, going way out. Because this will be on top of the fur layer, so like I'll be able to just color wildly when it comes to that point. This actually needs to be kind of clean. At least for my line art. So... I'm already starting to lose my voice. Oh, it's been 2 hours, that's why. Okay. I think it's time for a change of music. Any recommendations before I do that? You know, I can play any game soundtrack, any free-to-use music. It's just if I use the free-to-use, then I have to actually like save it and link it and be like, here it is. Which is fine. I'm not upset by that. Okay, so I haven't flipped it in a minute. The eye looks kind of funny with the light. I noticed that when I was doing it, but it might look alright when I'm done. If it doesn't, I'll go back and redo it. I love doing eye shine. It only looks weird because, like, it's not following the actual curvature of the eye, but, like, I don't care. I do, but I don't. The Rain World OST? Never heard of it. I mean, I've heard of Rain World, but never heard any of the music. Okay, thank God. They categorized this as music, so it didn't close it out. There's one that's 40 and one that's 160 video. I guess I'll do this. It's 160. I don't know what my model did, I apologize. She did something like really intense. Was that everything? Okay. I'm like, it says it's playing, but I couldn't hear it, so I wanted to make sure. Okay. So it looks like we got all of the, like, etc. done that I'm going to do right now. It's obviously gonna change once I start doing shading and, you know, The ears I take special care with because I can just do this and select it. Ears are kind of complex when it comes to shading, so it's good to have it on a layer that's somewhat its own. It doesn't have to be like entirely on its own. You can do it however you want. Whatever works for you. So let's see, we're gonna do fur. We're gonna have fun now. I'm going to do a couple fur layers because it's gonna get crazy. As you know, she's a tabby, she has color that's kind of all over. So, for this fur layer, I'm just going to take like this darker color. She's got like a darker fur color going on. It looks like stripes. I don't want to copy that. Where do I want to copy from? That looks like a good color. Okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell when you're just looking at the little like preview color because it looks horrible, but it's good. I'm going to... we'll just hide it. I don't need it. So this is where things are going to get very complicated. I just realized I'm doing that much of it. The stripe, right? Yeah. That's what it's about to feel like. I think you either get 40 or 160 in between. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Like, I was really surprised because it's like, why is it 40 and 160? Like, I figured it'd be like, you know, maybe 40 and like 80. Not such a giant gap. Here's what we're gonna do. Because her color varies wildly between all these photos. Like, I mean, this one, like, really stands out, but this one also kind of stands out as well. I'm using this photo because, and this one, because the color is not only, like, similar, but pretty consistent. I like that color that I had, but it's not, like, her whole face. It's just, like, down here, or on the muzzle. I'm trying to think, like... Does that look different than this layer? It absolutely does, okay. And noticeable enough. If it was too close, I was not gonna use it. So... Cats tend to have lighter colors around the eyes. I don't know why that is. Maybe to make their eyes look bigger? That was the worst. It's the worst I've done on stream. Now this is another layer that I will blur. But I will not be doing like a standard Gaussian blur. I will instead use the blur tool. Which is something that I used to never use. I would literally just select it and then blur that selection. But it looks... Depending on what you're trying to go for, it tends to look better if you don't do it that way. So it's gonna be really hard for me to get this marking to look right and not take the rest of my life. Tabbies are just that complex. I'm very envious of artists that can sit down and like actually draw like straight up markings. So... No, I don't want to do it that way. I gotta get rid of my selection. Yo, what's going on up there? Oh, no, I know what it is. I've already forgot. We're gonna turn this a little bit so I have a little bit of an easier time mapping these markings. Never be afraid to rotate, flip, whatever you gotta do. It's not cheating. Because guess what? You can rotate and flip in the real world. You don't understand that you can flip, it's called a mirror. It's very handy. I used to use... I would literally take my art up to a mirror if I couldn't figure out what was wrong. And you can also get like a hand mirror too. It's very handy. Pun not intended. But yeah, I used like a regular mirror. It was easier. I think what my issue is right here is it doesn't actually go down, it like goes out. As you can see, like I'm looking at this right here. I'm trying to mimic that. So you got like with the green. Okay. It's like here, and it's hard to see because this color like really blends in with this cat. I can see it. I can't help but laugh because I know I'm just looking at this so intensely. Okay, we'll see. Oh, okay. Select that layer. Gotta remember. Well, this is where it gets a little difficult too. I have to translate these colors and what I'm seeing. Making sure that I'm still following the markings of the cat. So this is a good image. Because like the colors are a lot more dramatic so I can really see the difference. So like this is the light part that we here. This is the light part here that we just did. It looks a little different at this angle, so it's one of those instances where it's like, well, I'm following this image because it's a lot closer up, a lot more detailed. It's probably more accurate. I use the term probably because it might not be. For my angle, anyway. So let's see. Need to... We'll see how that looks. If I need to get rid of this coloration, it won't matter. That's why I do all my fur layers separately. So like, you know, I can go back when I do the tabby markings. If something is colored wrong or detailed wrong, I don't have to delete tabby markings. That's why they get their own layer, because they are the most complex marking on any cat ever. Like, I would almost rather do marbled. And marbled's very difficult as well. So. This is looking so weird because the stripes aren't. This is what I'm talking about when I say that, like, art's kind of weird. So, I see. It's hard for me to explain what I'm seeing, but you'll see when I color it in. That's not coloring it in. It's so shaky too, I'll clean that up. But it like comes up higher. Like it almost cuts it off, but it doesn't. I'm saying right here, because it actually... It's saving. Thank you. Can I It's so, like, as soon as I want to explain something. So right here, it's like, you guys see it. It's almost cutting it off. Now I will color adjust. This is like the, almost like a sketch layer of the fur. I'll probably add another layer so that way I can do blending, because there's gonna be a lot of blending with this cat. Oh my goodness gracious. It's one of the sad things about trying to draw tabbies. Is they tend to have very, not only complex markings, but everything blends. You know, like how it's light here and then it blends into a darker brown, and then, you know, it's... You guys will see. That would be a lot of work. I might actually have to finish it off stream. We'll see. I'll at least make sure that I do shading and like color fixing, things like that, but for now I'm doing pretty great, so I'm just going to do markings. Once I get more tired, I'll say, alright, I'm doing shading, even though it looks like this. Just so people can see the process. So it looks like her markings do not mirror, which cats typically don't. They tend to, like, kind of mirror each other, but not quite. Gotta erase these here. Okay. Without the stripes here, it's gonna be really hard to get this to look right. So I'll just smooth this out a little bit, and then we'll see from, like, there what it's gonna look like. I might switch to the tabby markers, actually. So I'm gonna call this tabby, so I know. And then this will be the fur blending. I'll just call it fur 2. Doesn't matter. I know what that means, so at the end of the day, it does not matter. Now I'm gonna do the tab, so I can get rid of this. I don't need to see that. Great color picking right here. It's on eraser. I cannot actually see the color. How about that? Yep, blends. Great. So it's gonna give her a little angry look with the where your tabby markings are sitting. Just vaguely. But she looks angry a lot. I don't... She's happy. Anytime I see videos of her, she's like the happiest cat ever, but I guess when it comes to picture day, she's mad. Me too, so... Can't even fault my cat. My cat Pikachu, though, he loved picture day. Man, I have like so many more pictures of him than I do the cat that I actually deem my favorite. Make that a little more invisible, because you could not see that line. I couldn't even see that line. So this top angle complicates it as well. I may even have to dramatize this, because as you can see, like, it looks like a lot more. Look at, it's almost like it's being stretched up, is how I'd explain it. Instagram always tells me about my own stories. I'm getting sick of it. It's so difficult. Stripies. I'm mainly using this one as a reference, but I'm also kind of using this. That's it. There's no other. It's stripy. Stripy reference, so I'm going to do that. Which almost looks like Pixie from Pixie Movies. A stripe moment. Tabby markings are so difficult. That's beautiful. I love tabby cats. Even my black cat was technically a tabby. If you saw her in the sun, she looked more brown. How the heck do I do this? Like... She's got like this like thin striping happening. Does that even look good? What is happening? That looks pretty good. It could be better. Said I would elongate it a little bit, because in angled references it's up a little higher. Because of forced perspective and all that jazz. Something something art. Huh. Sometimes I kind of wish I would have went to college for art, because then at least I could explain what I mean better. I don't know. It's such a dumb reason to go, but um okay, so it's like most tabbies where it comes out from the eye and then just kind of goes down. Can I? Tell me I'm logged in to my Instagram so I can respond to that person really fast. Maybe? Oh my god. Oh, it didn't even go through. Whatever. Yeah, it doesn't have my password saved. I don't do that anymore. Hold on. It might break. I don't know how it's gonna respond with me minimizing it. Let me respond to this person. The other people I don't mind. I'm so sorry. That's not it. I gotta open this. Hopefully it didn't disconnect. It did not. Oh, but now it's gonna be a butthead. I don't know why my cord's messed up. That's problematic. Maybe my bird did that and I didn't catch him. Okay. Oh, we're back on. So this marking does mimic. Typically does. It's just now getting it to look good, for lack of a better term. That's what I'm missing, this little bit. I was like, I'm missing something. There we go. You know, I'll be honest, I'm debating on if I want to just stream all of the requests that I'm doing. Or if I just want to, like, not do that. I'm not entirely sure. Dang, I didn't have my chat open. This is not too long. I just feel better every time I do it. So... like that. One of the wonderful things about cats is you don't have to be exact. I don't like this forehead. There's something off about it. Needs to go away. It's this angle. I've never drawn this angle before. I'm more of a... like most people. Like, you don't typically draw from, like, you know, the vantage point of being the chin. Typically you're doing like a top down or from the side. Not today. I wish I had an angle that was like this one, but like slightly lower. I just don't know how to do like these little stripes. That's my main issue right now. I'm not sure how to do these little stripies and make them look. Thinking this looks alright. See, and that's why you zoom in. Look how terrible that was. I wanna know. This soundtrack has like a Metroid feel. Never played Metroid. I know it's gonna surprise certain people. I think the only time I played was the one of the ones on GameCube. I don't remember which one it was. Cause my friend was stuck on a puzzle and she couldn't figure it out. So she handed me the controller and she's like, "You can do it." And I'm like, "I can't. I don't even know how to play this game." And I don't think we ever figured it out either. I am not a puzzle person. I suck at them. Never heard of Metroid? So basically it's explained by someone who's never played it. So when I think about Metroid, I think of the older ones where it's like a platformer. But it's a scary platformer, if that makes sense. Like, kind of like how Castlevania was, if you've ever seen one of those. Someone's gonna be mad that, like, loves Metroid. They're gonna be so mad. Let's see. So there's a woman in a suit. Her name is Samus Aran. And she goes to, like, planets and stuff and tries to rid it of the Metroids, which are, like, her main staple villain that people know. And then you have bosses and things like that. But it has, like, puzzle elements. I know I'm not explaining it very well. You'd probably be better off just looking it up. And, like, seeing a little bit of gameplay or, like, a recap or something. Because, like I said, I've never played it, so it's really hard for me to explain, like, what the game is like. There, I think that was my issue. With the stripes. My brain's not working anymore. Like, you talked too much. The end. I don't typically talk, like, day to day. That's not something I really do. Okay. I need to stop obsessing. Now, I have to figure out, like, body stripes. I hate doing them. So I'm gonna do that, because I could see that right off the bat. This stripe right here. And then we're gonna do a zoom in real quick, because I need to stop coloring like that. It's very, very bad artist hygiene. It's kind of something like that. It almost looks like a bat wing. That's pretty alright. It looks kind of weird right now because I don't have any of like the base color before I start fading everything. Or blurring and like adding more color. I don't know. Art. There you go. Okay, so she's got some like... I'll get to her muzzle in a second. She has some crazy markings, man. You know, I've drawn tabbies before, but usually the markings aren't like this intense. It's actually too low. It's gotta be closer to her chin. I love this cat, man. She's not mine, like I stated before, but she's so cute. And again, any questions about this process, feel free to let me know. Whether in live chat or YouTube comments. Even if this video is like 8 years old, you can feel free to ask anything. You know, either I or someone else can likely help you out, and if you're learning or improving or whatever's going on. It's also very rude of it to say while I'm trying to clean this up. Thank you. Listen, don't eat pizza for streaming. It's not a good idea. I say right before it was honestly like 2 o'clock, which was 2 hours before I started streaming, so it's not that long. Just for some reason it's hitting me. Okay. Stripes kind of like that. It's not an exact science. I don't think anyone would fault me for trying to be accurate, but not quite. If that makes sense. Like, I'm trying to make it as accurate as I can. Also, what the heck are you AOing? Actually, I need to hide this because it's blocking. What I need is this weird little line. You look how look how shaky that is. What on earth? Okay. Now it's all cleaned up. But it's incorrect, so I have to start over. Wow. I don't feel like manipulating it. I'll just start over. That's more what I meant to do. It's not. Okay. I'll have to roast myself, but I'm getting frustrated because I literally used to trace artwork when I was little. You'd think I could do this. And by trace, I mean like literally what I'm doing right now. I don't know if that counts as a trace, but like I used to look at people's art and then draw exactly what I saw. That's actually something my mom can do. It's not like a true trace where like I'm putting the image there. That's the hardest like tabby stripe in my life. My brain doesn't understand why it's like all woo-woo-y. You know? Because I don't. It's all like wiggly and goofy. Something like that. I don't. Man, it's a stripe. Now to do the rest of the stripes. Spent an eon on that one. No. Just got like a stripe right there. I want you like full color. I need to see this in HD. Just got like a... Gotta not be shrimp mode. I'm extremely bad about that, and it's horrible because in my family, like, we tend to have bone issues as we get older, so I really, like, now have to be in the know and, like, not do that. I have to be aware of what I'm doing. I don't know what to do for this stripe because it's such a weird angle. Like, you don't really see it, but you do. Guess I'll just do something like that. It's something. It's very difficult. I need this image to like move over. This is not helpful. No, no, no. Okay. Now let's see. Tepih. Got like something going on right there. Just got some like splotchies. Something like that. I'll lower it a slight bit just so I can see a little bit easier. And so you guys can see. There's like a little bulb there. Crap. Back to bumping my microphone. Just got like a... Whatever this shape is going on. Snail. I don't know how the model's translating because my microphone's in the way. That's the issue. I keep pushing the microphone like in the way. Oh well. Like I said, I don't know what she's doing this stream, so if it looks weird, I apologize. And I'm hoping when I make a better one that it won't be so weird and like when I talk, unless I really move my mouth, she doesn't mimic very well. And I don't like to talk like this. But when I designed her, I didn't do it, or when I was animating it rather, I didn't do a ton of mouth forms. So like so I see. Like, the stripes are continuous now that she's an adult. So I'll fix it right up. This other photo here in this bottom corner is when she was younger. And you know how cats are, like they evolve like a freaking Pokemon. So they get older. So did it actually fill well, or is it a loser? Okay, it did fill well. I have my settings set so that way it... Go back to my fill tool. The area scaling is 2, color margins 5. And that closes the gap. I used to have issues with it because it would always leave that little thin line, but Clip Studio is pretty good where you can adjust those settings and make it so you don't have that issue. GIMP may also do that, but I never learned, so... But I think one day I just looked it up, so I was like, dude, I'm so fed up with having a little white line. Also, I'm glad that my, the model is just vibing. I always get worried that she's gonna do something crazy just because it can't see my mouth. Sometimes it will. Be like, I can't see it, so therefore I can't track your face. Goodbye. And then you have like the Windows shutdown sound from the 90s. Kind of doing my own thing with the stripe. I hope it looks accurate. You know what? Hold on. I'll clean it up more if it looks accurate. Absolutely doesn't. So it doesn't curve down. Well, like, I mean, it does curve down, but it doesn't, like, curve down and then back up and then down again. And I'm being very particular. I technically don't have to, because I will be blurring this a little bit so that the markings kind of blend a bit better, give like the illusion that there's fur. So I don't have to be like as precise as I'm being, but I choose to be because sometimes it gives better results than if it just has like gaps and things like that. I thought this piece would be quicker, and technically right now it is. Yeah, that looks fine. So... unless it's like an obvious stripe and not just shading, I don't think I'll do the... whatever I'm looking at. You know, like, I'm looking at right here, and that's not really a stripe. That's more of like the way her fur is shaded. I need to get another reference piece here. Because I can't exactly see how her markings look on the side with any of these images that I have. This one I may not bring into view for you all. That's as far as I get to zoom in? Dude, that's rude. Son of a man. Okay, I can do a shortcut. Great. So, now I can kind of see it. Not really. Man. Maybe that's why I didn't have a picture like that, because this one might be it. So she's got like the broken up stripies. Alright, I got it. That's what we call it an art line of business, breaking up stripies. Where you kind of have like a stripe. It's broken up, obviously. But it has like a little add-on here, so it looks like it's like if you erased it. Things like that, that's what I mean. So instead of the continuous stripes like where it is on the rest of her body. Which now that I'm looking at her, she has like a lot more stripes than what I've drawn on her leg. But to be fair, this is not a very good angle for the angle that I'm working on. And since I can't get those images, she'll just be alright. Or I can go back and fix it after the fact. I don't mind doing that. So these stripes I'm just kind of making up as I go along, but it's gonna vaguely look like her. If I had better reference, I would... Oh, shoot. I'm really on this layer, seriously? I don't want to be on my... I mean, it doesn't matter, technically, if I'm on my base... Dude. I'm getting really fed up with it saving all the time. Every time I need it to not. Like, it's always the time it does it. It never does it when I'm just like, oh, it doesn't matter right now. I'm just sitting here kind of looking... respectfully at this cat picture. It always has to do it when I'm like, okay, let me adjust this layer real quick, and then I can fix this up and move on. It's like, nope. You're gonna sit here and suffer because you colored on the wrong layer, and I'm gonna save that so you can never delete it. Okay. It's pretty easy to fix these issues. It's really not that bad. It's just kind of annoying because it's like, oh my god, now I have to do this again. I just did it. I'm gonna have to clean it up later. I'm actually going to draw this whole stripe. And I'll just erase. This might look better. I'll see. Let's experiment a little bit. I don't know. I'll do something like that. So... I need to select this. Full opacity. Select fill, move on. Great. I knew I was gonna have to clean this up. This looks terrible. Sorry, it just kind of rushed. Because it was. So, it's alright. I'm going to kind of mimic this layer, but then stop the hair. Now, the secret with stripes that I've found over the years, for one, they don't have to be exact. See, like that. Want to kind of vary. But also, if you alternate, so like this side I'm doing here, I'm gonna actually fill this instead of just coloring it in like a weirdo. I don't need to color it in. So having it like this, and then you come in from over here. There. And alternating it makes it look a lot more natural, because stripes and the like tend to alternate instead of just always being all the way across, and you know what I'm getting at. Just alternate, and I promise you it'll look a lot better. Even if you're just making it up as you go along, you're just having fun. And then once in a while you should slip in that like full stripe. So when I zoom out, that looks pretty cool. Or stripes may be a little too close, I'm not sure. And then I need to break it up. So like here. And here. I want to see how this looks, so I'm gonna keep it going. Might look dumb, but I'll know. And you'll know. Am I feeling this technical? Okay, okay. Let's make up something. Your stripes are pretty close together. They're not like super close, but at times they get close, so this will look alright. My fan, it's kicking on. Says too much. Poor old laptop. Most I don't know, this thing's like 5 years old. Going on 6 here in a couple months. And as a result, it's getting very like worn out, tired, and it's slowing down. So yeah, that's why earlier I was talking about like I need a new computer. Like I can't, if I record this, I can't even edit it. So if I say something I shouldn't, I guess I just don't re-upload it. Like it's that simple. I literally cannot even go in and like edit a part of it. My laptop will just die. So, and when I say die, I mean like there's a video on my channel that showcases what's happening. Not even, hold on. Yeah, there's some stripes here. I said normally I would make these a lot more accurate if I had better reference. But if there's something wrong, I'll fix it later. You know, if my friend actually sends me the reference and says I want it to look more accurate, I can absolutely do that. And that goes for anybody. Dang, I've almost streamed 3 hours. That's crazy. It doesn't even feel like it. When you're making artwork, it does not feel like it. Okay, so let me try real quick to finish out this fur. So it seems like for the most part, like the rest of her is just kind of this color. But then it's, you know, blended with other colors. Guess it doesn't matter, I'll just color over it with the other markings. Make sure I'm on the correct layer. This part goes so much faster. And I'm not done with the stripies, but I will pick it up later. I'm gonna try to do this a lot faster. I will say the hardest pet I've done so far is a bird, so this is so much easier than that. Oh, see, right? I'm like, how is that the exact same color? Like, there's no way. Yeah, no. And even this isn't pure white. It's crazy. Let's... something like that. Okay. That half is done. Looks like it may somewhat mirror. Still have so much work to go. That's what's on my mind right now. Like, just kind of looking at it and going, wow. You know, because the nose has a lot going on. And typically does on cats, not just our cat. And I have the, like, little freckly texture. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Okay. I got that for later. Now her chin is something I have to figure out here. Re-angle this so that way it's like more of what it was like before. Clip Studio's gotta render it. These letters are very large after all. So it's like it like wraps around pretty much her whole muzzle. Okay. Or like what her muzzle range would be. I'll explain that by actually doing it. So what I'm saying is I'm calling her in the wrong layer. There we go. Back here. It outstretches like... Does it kind of look her whole jaw? Yeah, it really was like her whole jaw. Like that. And then there's a little bit here. Other than that, she's got a very, very white chin. Clean up. I saved this color for that reason. Hello. There we go. And then I have to readjust this white a little bit. It's gotta come out more. Should I? No. I was debating if I should extend the white all the way. You know what? I will, and then I'll do a little fancy trick. I hate how I cannot lift the pen. I'm doing lasso tool. Great. That should work. Oh, that's white. Do that. Ta-da! And then when I do the darker color, it'll also blend all that together and hopefully look really good. I just hope it looks good when I blur it. That might be the only problem. So, there's still a long way to go. Where do I want to go? Some more fur color. We'll go there. So we got this more like brown color. It's heavy markings on it. More brown here. Kind of like kind of spitballing here. Just kind of more brown like all over. Let's see here. It's gonna look really messy for a second because I have to blend this all. Make sure that the airbrush looks good. This is what I use the airbrush for. I don't know if technically people will tell you that there's a way that you're supposed to use it. First off, I don't believe that. But secondly, of course, because like I said, the only right way to do art is your way, so always remember that. But I was told like there's technically a better way to use it, so it looks like clean or I don't know, something like that. I didn't watch the whole video. I'm really bad about that. But they were I think they were talking about like it's for shading or I don't know. I really don't know. I need to watch it. But either way, I was like, you know, it looks good in my art style. I can see why artists wouldn't do it the way that I do it. 100%. So, I actually don't want the airbrush here. It'll get blurred, so it'll all blend each other instead of blend with each other rather instead of looking crazy. You see, Jason has no idea. It's probably just some like elitist video I saw. There's so many elitist artists, by the way, guys. Like, don't. If it sounds far-fetched, it probably is. There's a ton of good artists, don't get me wrong. Tons. I know quite a few, you know, that are perfectly fine, but then you have the some where it's like, man. You know, they treat it like it's a sport. Like, there's only one way to do it. No. Are you having fun? That's the only way to do it. In my opinion. Not having fun, then why are you doing it? You know, if it's your income, okay, you know, that's fair. So, I'm not sure where to go with the markings right here, just because it's going to look different when I shade it. And what I want to do is I want to take this lighter color here. I want to try a technique real quick. I call it tabby lighten. I'm going to select all of this. I just want to see what it looks like, because obviously I'm going to have more stripes here in a minute. Probably after this stream, because it's getting quite late. Blur it a little more. Because if you notice around the stripes, especially on the head, there's like a lighter color there. See, I kind of like that. Maybe I need Overlay. Let's go on a scrolling adventure. If you didn't know, you can scroll through the options, at least on Clip Studio. So something I learned recently. Oh, I say recently, within the last year. If I ever say recently, it's within the last year. So I can make it yellow. Looks pretty neat. Kinda like hard light. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I'll have to remember that. I'm gonna hide that way. And I'll remember. Here, I'll even... I don't like that red. It's too bold. I'll do green. Okay, so I'll remember to revisit that later. Okay, so I'm gonna get into shading real quick so I can show that off. So I like to do it above the outline layer. Not that option. I like to do it above the outline layer because if I make changes to the outline, like let's say I want to do a soft blurring around the edges and like really make it pop with a certain color, the shading will apply to that. And will also apply with the light layer. So we like to do our like not true black when you're doing shading. How does this look? Oh, that's pretty alright. Well, we'll lighten it. How does this look? Pretty good. So I like to fill the entire layer. What I used to do is I would select, you know, make a selection from this using Control left click, or I would, you know, you can actually right click and do selection from layer and create a selection. But I like to do it this way because for me when I'm shading, I erase. This was taught by my friend Sam, who actually went to college for art, so I'd listen to her when she gives me art advice, because it's like, okay, you know way more than I ever will. So yeah. You want to erase because what you notice more is shading as opposed to the light. That's what I was told. And the reason I was saying when I fill this is because when I do the blurring, it'll be the same thing like with the eyes, where I don't have to worry about that thin line right around it. I can just, you know, I can do a select layer, flip it up here, which is this key here, invert selected area, and then bam, you're good to go. Yeah, clear or erase or however you want to do it. And you have a perfectly shaded character where you don't have to sit here and do a bunch of work. It's a little technique I picked up literally recently, within the last month. So, like I said, I wanted to match it with that reference, which means it's under shaded, which I don't have a lot of experience in, but I figured it wouldn't be too hard. So shading is very tricky. If you're having issues with it, trust me, every single artist, I'm gonna look right at the camera, even if the thing doesn't recognize that I am. The thing, yeah. My avatar, whatever. Everybody has that issue. There's not a single artist out there that came right out of the womb understanding shading, okay? We all struggled with it. We all had issues with it. It is something that you just kind of learn over time. Don't expect to understand it right away. You might not ever understand it. But you should, over years and years of time, improve. I know that's not very optimistic. And a lot of people will be like, oh, but, you know, that's not very motivating. It's difficult. Is what I'm getting at. You're really gonna struggle. We all did. We all went through the struggle. Just keep trying. Ask people, you know, does this look good? You know, whatever else. A lot of artists are very helpful. Of course, there's some that are not. But they're more of the minority, in my opinion. Sometimes you'll get in those circles where it's like really bad, but usually artists are very good about trying to help new people. You know, we all had to start somewhere. So... I don't know if I'm doing this well, 'cause I normally do top lighting. Like, when they're outside, or taking a selfie, or I don't know, something. So. 12-year-old me thought I was a genius for doing that little shadow under the chin. Dude, there were certain things that we all did like that where it's like, oh my god, no one else does this, it's so good. I'm trying to think for me what it was. It was like... I think it was with the mouth. I'm sitting a little too close to the mic. I think it was with the mouth. Trying to... like having it... How can I explain this? Not having it just kind of be like a mouth, like, you know, you have your muzzle here. That's a muzzle, here's a nose. So instead of doing like this, doing it like this, dude, I thought I was a genius, and yet, like, everybody does it. The other way's correct too, you know? It's just a stylistic choice, but man, I thought I broke everything when I figured that out. Because it wasn't commonplace in Flipnotatina days. And even Pseudo Mimo days. Like, it was just easier to animate the mouth if it was separate. And it's kind of hard to see this, so let's darken it. At least around the pupil is kind of hard. Bear with me while I learn underneath shading. I love shading, it's just... never done this. Obviously the lips here would be shaded instead of the top. I'm trying to do this a little faster. Cause I know it's kind of boring to just be like, yeah, you're erasing. I know there's a lot of people that wouldn't mind, you know, it's a whole process. It's kind of... it's soothing to watch people do it, but sometimes it's like, okay, you know, I've been watching you do all of this work, I just kind of want to see, like, where it's going here. Especially when you're a non-artist and you're trying to figure out, like, why an artist is doing something, like, you're like, oh, that's kind of weird, and then all of a sudden it all comes together and you're like, oh, one of those moments. I know everyone universally knows those moments. Let's get this nose shading underway. And all done. And at the moment. Cat noses look like little mushrooms. That might help somebody who's trying to draw a cat nose. They're a pain. But that was one of the things I learned to draw just because I thought cat noses were cute. This is looking pretty good. I mean, it's not exact, but it's so cute. I used to wonder why people add all those fancy lines and crap to their sketch, but now I get it. I do that now. I've done that forever. I used to get those, or at least look at those, how to draw books, and dude, what the frick? Thank you. I used to look at those all the time, and they teach you to do that. And it was actually one of the things my art teacher didn't like, because she's like, it takes too long. And like, you know, when I was younger, not the better one. And I'm just sitting here thinking, dude, like... But, when you're animating, that is something that is very nice to do, because you can keep everything kind of straight, instead of... angled weird, if that makes sense. So like the eyes can follow a line instead of imagination? I don't know. My stream is so behind again. Like, what is up with this? Yeah, it's like 10 minutes behind. My computer is not like rendering this stream twice, I think is what the problem is. It's gonna have to get over it. It's that simple. This is weird. How the heck do people do underlighting? I said I'm making it work, it's just... Boy howdy. And yeah, my art teacher was tripping. I don't... power tripping. A lot of those teachers were though, to be fair. That was most of their problem. Is they wanted power and like... feeling superior. Which, if you need that, don't become a teacher, obviously. That's not your field. I don't know what your field would be, being superior, because you should just cut it out, as far as I'm concerned. But... a janitor? That'd be a good... I'd love to be a janitor though, so I can't really say that. How... How does around the eye look? It's gonna look how I want it to look, I guess. And it helps keep things consistent, help with proportions, perspective, absolutely. That was one of my secrets too, to animating very fast. So I used to do like an animation a week for a minute. Oh, shaving. And the way I would do that is... like, just having those guidelines, and then I would go through and add everything after. So, like, I would have a whole, like, sketch phase, and then I would have, like, a rougher sketch phase, but, like, it was kind of clean. Then I would have... I don't know, like, it just keep going from there, you know? All the way to, you know, line art, color, because I colored my animations. A lot of people didn't. And I don't blame y'all. I'll talk about sanity, trying to color an animation. Especially in a week. Don't ever do that. Like, even if you're experienced, just don't do that for your own mental sanity. So this is looking pretty good. Kind of zoom out and just like have fun with it a little bit. That's another thing about shading. It doesn't have to be strict. You know, parts of it might look weird or look pretty good. As long as the shading, like, it kind of makes sense. Like, people can tell where you're coming from and it's not like too outlandish and you're doing a stylistic drawing, it's fine. If you're trying to do realism, God bless you as far as I'm concerned, because I could not imagine. I'm sorry, like, I don't have any tips for people that do realism. So, the way I do shading, personally, just for anyone watching that is wanting to understand my process with shading, I try to imagine in a 3D space what would be casting shadow. So, like, you have a light source that comes from here, and it's beaming up. So, what would happen is, like, this muzzle's gonna cast a bit of a shadow. It's gonna look more detailed than the way I did it, but again, it's stylized, it doesn't matter. Obviously her head's gonna cast a shadow onto the ears. There's face curvature, that you have to kind of be aware of, and that one's a little more advanced. I don't know how to explain that well. Honestly, it's one of those things where it took me a long time to actually learn. So, But yeah, you kind of look at an object, and you can always get, like, toys and stuff like that. Like, they make... I'm trying to think of what the brand's called. It's like Schleich or something like that. They make realistic animal toys, so you can get like a little pocket flashlight, and you can cast shadows at different angles and just see how it looks. That can help. I used to do that a lot growing up. I don't know. There's a lot of different techniques. I'm sure if you ask around to different artists, they'll all have like different ways that they learned shading. And we all have at least a handful of ways that we tried to learn this crap. Let's see, I don't like how that was getting shaded. So this is more like what I'm liking. Now, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the legs. And then... I don't know why I said what size eraser I was using. I tend to lean towards the ones on the right, like I'll do like 30, 80, 250. But for some reason, like I just won't touch the ones on the left. Like I don't normally... For line art, I will. But for everything else, I don't. I don't know why. What's your weird art quirks? All you artists out there, we all have weird quirks. I'd love to hear them. You know, we haven't flipped this in like at least like an hour. But you see how this is all coming together, right? So when I add more color and I add blurring to the markings, because I'm not done with that stuff. I'll be sure to post it so I can be like, oh hey, this is how it turned out. So... yeah, be sure to post how this turns out, because I'm sure people are gonna wonder. Especially because I definitely will not be able to do it on this stream. It's already getting like really late. I don't know if you have an art quirk. You can just list like behaviors you do, and I can be like, oh, I don't do that. Like I didn't flip my canvas. But that's a normal quirk. Obviously, everyone else does it. I'm the weird one. But a lot of it you don't realize it's weird until someone's like, why don't you do that? And it's, all of a sudden you don't have an answer. And you're just like, oh, okay. I said pen, please. Thank you. Because I'm doing this like way zoomed out, so I know it's gonna look bad. You only do lighting and add minimal shading? I used to do that. Funnily enough, but yeah, that is definitely a weird thing, so a lot of people don't do that. They don't focus on lighting, they focus on shading. Shading has been a lie. But yeah, most people don't do that, I would say. Whenever I actually talk to other people. I don't do it very often. Honestly, I think this is it for shading, like, let's be honest. Because, like, there'd be no shading here. Because my light source is coming from here. Kind of more like this, like, okay, so there'd be a little bit. Do that. Doing it again, I gotta zoom in. Remember to zoom in. As you can see, I don't do it either. Normally, I don't even use a zoom function. Normally, I use IRL zoom, where I shrimp right in front of the canvas and look like really close. But obviously for a live stream, I can't do that. And shouldn't do that. It's bad. Bad for my back. Okay, this doesn't have to be perfect, to be fair. Let's see how this looks. A weird art quirk. I guess for me it's the fact that I can't really do like drawing art or sketch art, but I've learned 3D modeling. Only because of VR chat. That's fair. I'd love to do VR chat. I just worry because my computer's really having a fit. But there's nothing wrong with that. Like, 3D modeling is a skill in itself. I can't do it. I cannot do it at all. You put me in front of Blender or any sort of 3D modeling, it's over. Yeah, look how clean that looks. I know it looks crazy now. Watch it. Oop. Let me actually select the frickin' layer. Like this. Yeah. It's, oh my gosh. I didn't even know I did that. Ta-da! It's hard to learn. I learned via Blender using lots of YouTube videos and asking for help on Fiverr. That's totally understandable. I tried to watch YouTube videos for Blender. Oh my god, I was like, I'm scared. Like, even this model, obviously, is 2D. And I wanted to do a 3D model, and I'm like, that's not gonna happen. And then I found out you could do 2D ones. I'm like, oh, thank goodness. Because it's never happening. I'm gonna have a temporary background. So I can see what this looks like. But that's cool. I would love to meet a fellow, say fellow, but like a 3D artist. I've only met a couple. Yeah, you do think they're speaking a whole different language. Oh my gosh. They might as well be. Maybe I'd learn faster. How dramatic this is. Getting really far. I'm really surprised. I want to blur this because I can always add another color layer, but I want to see what this looks like. I feel like the 2D mod is something I cannot do, so I'm fascinated in watching them get done. Soon I plan to when I make, obviously my next model actually for YouTube, but I have another model in the works that I'm going to work on as like an example of what all I can do, because she's got like a complex texture and all sorts of like, she has like a jangly thing on her horn, like stuff like that. She's like a sheep lady. But she's like cottagecore sheep, I would say. What was I? Oh, it's the okay. I was like, what was I doing? Um, I plan to stream the whole thing, and then I plan to take the recording and do like a speed animate thing. I don't know what to call it. It's not really a speed paint, it's like a speed animate. I think that'd be so fun. This looks a lot better. My laptop doesn't think so. My laptop's angry. Where did my music go? Oh, it paused. I don't even know how long I've been entranced with trying to get this like more finished than it is. I gotta see too. Hold on. Dang. Bringing the pressure on having 4 whole people in here. Well, 3. Because I also have it up. Okay, so here's what I need to do. That's normal when you blend, so. Or when you blur, sorry. Okay. I was like, which way is this going? I just like to erase it and it's gone. This one I will not be doing like an ambient. Well, I could do something really cool actually. I was thinking, I normally do like a glow where it's pure white, fill in the whole thing. You actually name your layers. There I go again. Not naming layers. It's a glow. So you fill it in. You select your base, fill, you don't do anything else. Unselect it all. and then you do your blur. It gives you this cool little, like, glow effect. And you can also do it with black, blue, red. It doesn't matter what color. I like to do pure white because I tend to just... There we go. I tend to just do add glow, so it looks even more, like, glowy. It actually kind of looks good all the way around, but I do want to see what the technique I was going to do, where if there's shading, this does not show. So I want the soft eraser this time. So it wouldn't show here. Not show any of these, but it would show here. Wouldn't show here. Technically wouldn't show here because there is slight shading. All through here. This might not look good, but we'll see. You never know when you're trying new stuff in art if it'll look good or not. Don't let that hold you back. Especially in digital art, it's so easy to just experiment and go, never mind, and undo. On paper, a little more difficult. See, I don't think I like that, to be fair. Other people might. I kind of like it like that, and then I'll lower it a bit so it's not so, like, whoa. But I think it makes her pop out a little bit. I really want to finish Tepih marking, so I think I can do it. Maybe. I'm gonna do my watermark real quick, though. Because we're getting really close. I'm not quite done, believe it or not. I probably got another, like, 8 layers to go. Like... And this looks so close to done, but my brain says, no, it's not. You still haven't done your extra shading layer and your light layer, and you haven't done your overlay layer and your... Anyway, we'll get there. Where should I put this watermark? I kind of want it over here. I like it visible, but not glaring. And I feel like I need to say it again, but thank you to everyone who's kind of, you know, showed up to this stream. It means a lot to me. I know I say it a lot, and I say it the same way, but it really does. You know, this is something I've kind of always wanted to do, but I've never had the courage to do it. Okay, so when I do this, it's gonna have my real name, just so because I would be doing the commissions on a different platform, and I just want to make sure that, like, people know it's mine. Does that make sense? So. Ugly. I gotta write better. I don't care. A name's a name at the end of the day. I don't really care. My name's not unique, so when I looked it up, there was quite a few other Alyssa Woodruffs in the world. And then... Instagram handle, because it's my main one. And then... the year. That's what I like to do. It's very basic. That was the worst year of my life. It's lagging! I don't know if it's translating, but like it's really laggy. Why is that? You better write this 0 like your life depends on it, computer, because it kinda does. There we go. That's good. Doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to not be bleh. Okay. So right now it's glaring. Okay. I like to scroll through here, see what looks good. At least at 100%. Overlay's pretty cool, but it's a little too... Oh, maybe soft light. Soft light's looking pretty good. Yeah. He's 45. You know what? That needs to be 80. Okay. See? So it's not super like, whoa. Also, thank you, Fat Cat. Very fitting name. But thank you. Thinking it looks cool. I think one I didn't like it up until like this point, I'll be honest. Like there was certain points where I'm like, this looks nice, like the outline, and then I started coloring and I'm like, I'm messing up, oh my gosh. But it's normal. Normal for all artists. You know, I'm sure even crocheters feel that way, like, oh god, I'm messing up, this looks terrible. Oh no, it looks fine, I'm all done. I'm sure every medium feels that way. It's maybe like a little more obvious. There. Not much. I just want to make sure everyone can read it. Now, I'll be honest, maybe not everyone can read it. And if they can, I'm sorry. Now, so here's what I like to do. So for shading, I like to do like a basic shading and then I can move on. But, then shading 2 comes out. Shading 2, I expand it. So not by 2. This is a gigantic canvas. So by 50. And I'll see how it looks. It's working right now. I know you guys can't see it. It's trying. Oh my gosh, it does not like me recording and streaming and doing all of the above. It hates it. I'll drink some water though. Make sure you guys hydrate, because I'm not. Okay. Oh my god, it's still going. It's not even halfway. Come on. There it goes. It's at halfway now. It was very close, but not quite. Yeah, I gotta record it so you guys can see it. You can see it lagging, at least, in the stream. It's almost there. Come on. And I don't even know if this will be accurate. No, I did it the wrong direction, bro. I need to actually shrink it instead, apparently. Dang it. I thought I had it reversed. Okay, well, we gotta do it again. Maybe it'll go faster, because now it's shrinking. It's going a little faster. So, the other steps I want to do is I'm going to do an overlay layer that will make it blend more with the background. So, like, right now you have, like, a clear distinction between background and foreground, right? Like, clearly, here's the cat, and its default colors. This is why I tell you, do not, like, fret if your colors are a little off, because when you do, if you do an overlay, obviously you don't have to, but if you do an overlay, it's going to drastically change how the colors look anyway, so it may still look alright. And if you just have like, oh my gosh, if you have little subtleties in color, it's not gonna matter. If it's not exact. So, yeah, I'm gonna do an overlay, and then I'm gonna try to do some more etc. work. I'm also gonna do whiskers, because it's really fast to do whiskers. I save it for the end, because it's fun. Okay, so that'll be okay, I think. So, you take a very dark color. You can do straight black for this part. I know I said never to do black for shading, but for this part, I promise you can. Now we're going to blur this a lot. I moved the thing from where it's at all the way to 173. Okay, we're blurring this a lot. And as you can see, it blends really well. Great. Looks good to me. Now, let's see, so we'll keep it like that. We're gonna scroll through. I'm gonna lower it a little bit. There we go. So you can really see the distinction. If there is one. He looks kind of neat, but it might not work well with an overlay. Don't divide. Okay. I mean, you can. It might look really cool. So I think I'm gonna do... I don't entirely understand how multiply works, but I'm gonna use that. I might have had to, do it more? Like, shrink it more? Because it just kind of looks like the layer. I'm gonna... Okay, we'll have to do that over again. Okay. It's part of the learning process. Because there's so much shading, it looks like I do need to do like 100, something crazy. So let's full send it. I wish I could preview it. Like you can with a lot of other things, as you've noticed. I could preview it before I go, okay. Another thing is, it does shrink this, like, outside. Can I move? Okay, I can move my mouse. It shrinks this, like, outside here. I don't like that, because that is... There's gonna be no light coming from there, at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna take the airbrush, and I'm gonna fill that in. Excuse me. Oh. It's really strong. I probably should have saved before I did this. You know, another thing. Oh, crap. I'll just beat up my microphone some more. I haven't done that in a minute. I'm gonna clear it off. I have a little bit of stuff on it, and it might be getting hot because of that. It's definitely getting hot because of that. I felt that. It's very warm. Oh, no, I'm shaking my computer because I'm trying to test it. No, it's not that hot. Okay. I can touch it without getting burnt, so that's a good thing. But it's warm enough to where it's gonna cause it to lag, so it should speed up now. Not very fast, trust me. Listen, I have a 1050 or 1060 Ti, something like that. Old, alright, it's trying. But, yeah, so I can't wait till we get to that point because I love doing overlay and playing with that, but I like to do shading first so I can see what the overlay looks like between the shading. And there's another little secret technique I actually learned within the last week or two, so it'd be very fun to show that, where I can explain it real quick. So, you take a color, like, I know I want my overlay to be blue. I like the background the way it is, I don't think I'll change it, so I want it to be blue. And then, so what I'm going to do is I will take, like, a standard blue color. It can be cyan, it can be a deep blue. You just kind of play with it. And what I'll do is I'll take an airbrush and I'm going to do what's called a clip layer. And it's going to clip. So when I color it, it's only going to show on like the shading portion. So it's going to make it fade more like a bluish color because that's the color I'm going with, or whatever color you do. And then you change it to lighten on your properties. So what that does is it not only makes it blend better, but it gives color to your image in a way that, honestly, it just looks really cool. You guys will see when I do it. I've done it for my other pet portraits. I would show that, but I don't know if I can. Let's see. I know I can if I go to my files here. It's so angry. So I'll show it with this image. I don't know how I'm gonna get this on stream. Hold on. Oh, actually I can just load an image. Gotta name it. I'm very picky. Browse. The portraits? Well, this is loading because it's gonna take a minute. Oh my lord, it's a big picture. Here. Okay, so we can do it like that. So you see how... I don't know how I'm gonna demonstrate it. You see on the edges that there's like this rainbow coloration? This one was actually really hard to do. Okay, so because I took this rainbow background that you see here and I just did it again. I like duplicated it and I put it on here. So that's why it kind of lines up really nicely. And then I went through and I erased in the middle of like the very darker parts. That's what I'm going to aim for, is doing something similar to this, but just all blue. I hope that makes sense. Y'all, I'm getting frustrated with myself. I keep doing expand instead of shrink. What is wrong with me today? I've never done that before. My god, I'm really stretching this out. I'm sorry. This is why I wish I could just edit it. Oh, hello, freeze-dried red. What a name. I love y'all's names, man. Oh, great. Thank you for coming to the stream, by the way. And thank you too, Fat Cat. And of course, Jason. Yeah, I don't know what else I could talk about at this point. I've talked about, like, everything that I'm going to do. To make this image, like, really pop. I had to drink some water. I feel like I have to announce that, because my model might just, like, freak out. So, yeah, I'm gonna do the lighten. It's gonna look really cool. Instead of it making, like, this kind of warmish look to it, you can almost see it in this section over here. Got fox, rat, and cat. I should mix them all. It'd be a cool, like, animal fusion. Yeah, it's really not gonna like shrinking, because shrinking's a lot more complex than expanding it. Oh, knocking everything over. So, yeah, I'm hoping that this all looks really good. Obviously, when the stream's over and I have a break, because I already need to eat, I'm already hungry. I'm terrible, I eat a lot during the day. You know, I'm gonna get something to eat, I'm gonna refresh myself, maybe watch some YouTube myself. And then, I'll come back to this, I'll finish up the, like, tabby markings and a little bit of cleanup. I wish I could, like, do a little add-on video to this, but obviously, again, I cannot edit anything, it just crashes. So, you guys will just see in the community tab, like, oh, I made this. It's all done. It's finally halfway. My computer's like, please, for the love of all things holy, would you please stop expanding and shrinking this selection? That is one of the downsides to a very giant canvas. I say very giant, I mean 3K really isn't that big, but the DPI is really what slows it down. For a good reason. It's almost done. Oh my gosh. Does anyone have any questions about the process that I'm doing? You know, I can even answer them while I'm doing this. It's very low stakes. I hope 100 is good enough, otherwise I'm just gonna be angry. And I'll just start erasing. I'll do it the old-fashioned way, man. I have no problem with that. But yeah, at any point, you know, eventually you guys will see most of the process of what I do, just not the, like, tabby markings. But, see, look at... got rid of most of it. No wonder it struggled. So I think instead of just straight, like, black, I'm gonna do slightly bluish. See? Slightly. That's what it looks like. It looks bad. But now we blur. Go way over again. I'll try to hit around where I was at. See, now this is what I was looking for. I was looking for more of, like, an obvious... I'm actually gonna make it more, so it's gonna redo it. I was hoping for more of a gap, because when I do the lighting, like, the lightning, oh my gosh, it's really hard to say. It's like your brain wants to say lightning, but that's not what I mean. Lightening. The shading layer is gonna come in handy. And it's always good to have 2 shading layers. Or 2 light layers. You know, you want multiple of whatever layer you prefer. Light, dark. It's your choice. But multiple's better. It just looks cleaner. Um, so I'm gonna, oh, you know what, that's what I do. I clip that layer and then it blends a lot better. I don't know why. So like if I unclip, looks bad. Clip, looks great. I don't know what it is. I think because it riffs off of the other layer, if I had to guess. So it'll be like, okay, so the bottom layer's 80%, I blend with it. Yeah, cause see, I'm like almost at 100, and it still looks great. I like it at 100. That's wild to me. Okay, so now we're gonna do what I was talking about, which I'm just gonna call it lighten. Doesn't need a fancy name. We're gonna clip immediately. And it's gonna be... where's lighten? It's right here. I don't know if this is how other artists do it, by the way. Like, I have no idea. I just watched, like, a speed paint, and I saw that they were doing this, and I'm like, that's really neat. I didn't know that you could do it like that. So, okay. Got my airbrush. I don't need that giant. Okay. Just a little bit. Bear with me. It's gonna look wild, and then I'll make it look really cool. Do a little bit of a backlight. I think it'll look cool. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. You know? You don't know until you try and then cry because you just wasted your time. You won't relate? Kidding. Or am I? For you to decide. So I kind of like that. I don't know what I actually do for the... like the opacity. So I'm gonna turn this back up. I wanna blur it. I'll see if it lets me blur it. Because it's a little too, not blurred. I don't know what to call that. It's too bold. I don't know if that even did anything. We'll see. It's working, so... come on! Come on, computer, you got this. Just quit. Straight ends. It definitely will if I press a button ever again. Okay, let me save real quick. I haven't saved in a minute. Okay. So, I kinda like it at about 25. Now I'm gonna do the overlay. I want the overlay on the very top. Oh, overlay, who cares? Overlay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna redo what I did here. Very similar. Looks crazy. Let's see. I kinda like that. Now, I have to adjust the shading here, because with the overlay it's making it very bold. Just to calm down a little bit. Just a smidgen. Okay, and now here's another thing I'm gonna do. So, I want some lighting. Lighting, not lightning. I'm going to do a soft light blue, because there's a lot of blue motif here. And I'll see if it looks good. If it doesn't, I can always do pure white, because the overlay's on the top. So, I want to... bear with me. It looks like the cat's sitting at a computer. Honestly, Tepih probably would. Let's be honest. If I'm honest with myself. I also want to copy this, flip it. I'm not adjusting the frickin' layer because it takes forever and I'm impatient. So I'll call it light accents. I don't know what that means. Under the lighting layer. Probably. Fill. Oh, it looks like a ferret. I want to... Let's see. Kind of follow it. It's really difficult when you get around a spot like up here where you don't want to... You don't want to erase too much, but like you still want it to blend really well. So I'm gonna have to blur it again. Do a little Gaussian blur. But I don't like to have my light layers like right on the shading layer. Personally. This looks... Trying something new here, so... Can't promise if it'll look good, look bad. Who frickin' knows? The Gaussian blur this thing to the moon and back. It's working. My computer really hates the preview, so sometimes I skip it. It's still doing the preview anyway. In a sense, it's actually applying it. You can see the line. It's just going. Okay. Base, flippy-doo. We'll go to our light. Clear that. Adds more emphasis on where that light's coming from. See, it just adds like a little bit more layer of depth to the whole thing. I like it. I know I do. And then paired with this, that's a very like intense light. Maybe I'll redo this light layer here. I have a technique I can use. It's something that I got from the like Clip Studio material store. But it works for instances like this where I just need it to be like a consistent light. Like that. There we go. It's in Japanese, so I couldn't recommend it if I wanted to. But it comes with brushes that like add a little rainbow. Like this one, I can show it off real quick. It's like a little rainbow. It's really cool for like, if you're trying to show off where the sun's at, or the sun's actually in the picture. It looks really cool. And then I wanted... No, let's see, what else did I want to do? I was debating on changing the outline color. Maybe I will. The color layer. These ones I make very bold and saturated. Blur. So this is going to create like a little fuzzy effect of color. So you can already see like it cleans up a little bit when you blur it. And I've noticed a lot of artists are starting to do this technique here. Or maybe it's because I'm following like really professional artists. I don't know. Like they do it for a living. And I like to do linear light wherever it's at. There we go. It gives like a nice... And it really sends home like, okay, the area's blue. Whatever you want to call it. It gives like more ambiance. Kind of like the lighting layer and the light accent, like all that gives more depth and color to the image. So now you see too, the lighten layer looks really nice with all this like added blue. It doesn't look as jarring. Whereas if I get rid of it, it looks kind of weird. Isn't that wild? Like I used to draw like this for so long, and then I realized like, oh, you can add like a bit of color and it changes it. It's such a subtle thing. It takes like 2 seconds, At least with a clip layer. It takes a little longer without that. But still, you know, you could just select and then do the same thing, you know? So if you don't have a clip layer with what you're using, you're still good. But I think this may be it for the stream. God, how long have I been streaming for? Freaking 4 hours? 4 hours, like on the dot. Wow. Uh, so I'm going to finish this up on my own. Oh, here's another thing I want to do. Wait. The border. Okay, watch this. So, to do a border really easily, you select all. You shrink your selection by however much you need to. So obviously not a freaking 100, but I like to do about 20. Nope, a little more. About 30. About 30 is good. Then you invert. Now you have a border, right? So, I'm going to do a blue border. I want to see how that looks. Going to do overlay. That looks... well... I dislike it. Add glow is kind of neat, actually. Ah, now it looks like a Photoshop look. Okay. But now it gives like a nice border to it. I like it. And then there was something else. Oh, the text. Gotta have it be 30. You see, they're all, except for the multiply, because I don't know why. I'll just go to 100. Okay. I want to do the text, which on this program I can do very well. Is there, in the meme, is there a punctuation? I never paid attention. There it is. There's a period. I'm gonna make it look like that too. That's not it. Okay. So it's technically white with a black border. I don't think this is center, but I mean, let's be real, it's a meme. Most people don't care. Most people don't even blend it right, so. I don't normally name this layer. Usually that's when it becomes just a layer file. I'm gonna do it for this. Usually I merge them together too. I do not want it expanded by 100, that's a little overkill. Maybe 5, it looks like. Needs to be expanded a little bit. There we go. Maybe to 8. There we go. And then, like I said, I'll do the rest of the marking work because it's gonna just take so long. It looks weird without it. It looks more like a puma. But yeah, I'll do more tabby work, and then you guys will get to see this version. And then I have to ask my friend what the translation in Croatian would be for pathetic, because it would just be funny. At least to her and I. So yeah, there you go. If you've ever wanted to know like the full process, unedited, with someone who's just rambling the whole time and losing her voice, here you go. This stream will be re-uploaded. I don't like to keep like the old live streams. I get more views if I do that, but the quality always looks bad. I'll watch it back after the fact to see if the quality looks bad or not, and if it doesn't, maybe I'll keep it up. But, yeah, otherwise I'm going to re-upload it. And I may re-upload it anyway, doesn't matter. But yeah, so that's the full process. Again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to let me know. And, we can go from there and, you know, we can all improve together. I think it'd be fun. But alright, yep, I'm gonna wrap it up here. So thank you for tuning in. If you watched during the live stream, after, all welcome. I appreciate any views I ever get, even if it's not to the end, for people to be thanked, you know, still appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of your night, or rest of your day, or afternoon, whatever time it is for you. I know YouTube tends to, like, stay within country usually, so night for most of us. But yeah. I'll see you guys in the next one. I don't know when the next time is I'm streaming. I won't know till about Saturday. Yeah. Bye. See you guys later. Had fun. Yeah, you got quiet because you're really freaking tired. That's alright. I understand. I'm tired. I'm trying to keep it up. Like, yeah, I have all this energy. Dude, I'm gonna crash. Like, as soon as this ends, I'm just gonna be like, bleh. I'm done. Yeah, thank you to everyone that watched. I'm gonna end it now. So my poor computer can take a break. Yeah. It's night for me, almost bedtime. Yeah, for me it's 8 o'clock, so it's getting pretty late. I don't sleep until about 11, so got time. I don't mind extending this, by the way. I don't. It's all just an ending. I do love how this turned out. A nap. Jason, you know you could just go to bed. We're in the same time zone. Ain't nothing wrong with going to bed at 8 o'clock. My mother-in-law does it, so... yeah. Alright, bye. Bye. I wish y'all could see me waving. That's one of the emotes I gotta do. I always wave. I can't wave. Arms don't work. Okay, I'm leaving for real.